Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Night Story, and welcome to tonight's journey toward peaceful sleep. If you're enjoying this content, I would be so grateful if you could take a moment to like this video. I'd also love to hear from you. Please feel free to share in the comments where you're watching from and what time it is there. Your kind support truly helps me continue creating these relaxing experiences for you. Now, please make yourself comfortable as we gently begin tonight's journey to restful sleep. This happened when I was in middle school back in 2009. I was about 12 years old, living in a small town on the outskirts of Seattle, where nothing extraordinary ever happened. My days consisted of homework, video games, and occasionally riding bikes with neighborhood friends, until that weekend in late October that changed everything. The invitation came on a Tuesday during lunch period. My friend Grace, a girl with wild curly hair and an adventurous spirit who had moved to our town just 6 months prior, slid a handmade card across the cafeteria table. The paper was adorned with glitter and cartoon forest animals. "My parents are letting me have a camping birthday party this weekend," she announced proudly. "They rented a cabin by Evergreen Lake. You have to come." I opened the card, finding details written in her characteristically messy handwriting. The camping ground was nestled deep in the Olympic Peninsula, a 3-hour drive from civilization. The thought of being so isolated made me hesitate. "It's going to be amazing," Grace continued, noticing my uncertainty. "My uncle works as a ranger there. He says there's a lake perfect for swimming, trails for hiking, and the stars are incredible at night." I nodded, trying to seem enthusiastic. Truth was, I'd never been camping before. My parents were the indoor type, preferring air conditioning and room service to tents and campfires. But Grace had been nothing but kind to me since arriving at our school, and I didn't want to disappoint her. "Who else is coming?" I asked. "Hannah, Darius, and Jin from our class. My cousin Tamara, too," she replied. That night, I convinced my parents it would be educational, a chance to learn about nature and survival skills. What I didn't tell them was how an inexplicable feeling of dread had settled in my stomach when I thought about those deep, dark woods. Friday afternoon came quickly. My mom dropped me off at Grace's house where her father, a tall, bearded man with kind eyes, was loading camping supplies into their SUV. Hannah and Jin were already there, excited and chattering about ghost stories they planned to tell around the campfire. "You brought a flashlight, right?" Jin asked me, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. "Grace's cousin says the cabin doesn't have great lighting." I patted my backpack. "2, and extra batteries." The drive took longer than expected. What started as suburbs gave way to increasingly remote landscapes. Cell phone service disappeared about 90 minutes in, and the radio stations faded to static not long after. Grace's father kept us entertained with stories from his own childhood camping trips, but I couldn't help noticing how the forests grew denser and darker as we traveled. Darius and Tamara were meeting us there directly. As we turned onto an unmarked gravel road, the SUV bumped and jostled us. Through the windows, I watched the sunlight fracture through pine branches, creating unsettling patterns that moved across my lap like spectral fingers. "Almost there," Grace's father announced as we passed a weathered wooden sign reading, "Evergreen Lake Campgrounds, Esther, 1953. The road ended at a small clearing where another car was parked. Darius waved from a picnic table, Tamara beside him looking bored. Beyond them stood our cabin, smaller and more dilapidated than I had imagined. Its wooden exterior was gray with age, the windows small and dark like vacant eyes. Behind it, barely visible through the trees, I caught the silver gleam of water, Evergreen Lake. "Don't look so worried," Grace whispered, nudging my shoulder. "It's better inside, and wait until you see the stars tonight." I forced a smile, but couldn't shake the feeling that the forest was watching us. The cabin's interior smelled of dust and pine. 2 small bedrooms with bunk beds flanked a central living area with a wood stove, a worn couch, and a table with mismatched chairs. A crude kitchenette occupied one corner, complete with a propane stove and an ancient refrigerator that hummed ominously. "Home sweet home," Grace announced, claiming a top bunk by tossing her sleeping bag onto it. Grace's father stored our food in metal containers. "To keep the animals out," he explained, and helped us gather firewood before preparing to leave. "Uncle Roy will check on you kids tomorrow morning," he told Grace, handing her a 2-way radio. Channel 3 if you need anything. The ranger station is just 2 miles down the road." The adult's departure left a strange silence. We stood awkwardly in the cabin until Tamara, older than us at 15, took charge. "Let's explore before it gets dark," she suggested. "I want to see this amazing lake Grace keeps talking about." The path to the lake was overgrown but visible, winding through trees that seemed to lean inward as we passed. I noticed claw marks on some trunks. Bear activity, I assumed, recalling the safety videos we'd watched in science class. The thought made my throat tighten. Evergreen Lake emerged suddenly through the trees. Despite my unease, I had to admit it was beautiful. A perfect oval of dark water surrounded by towering pines, its surface reflecting the cloud-streaked sky. A small wooden dock extended about 20 feet into the water. "Last one in is a rotten egg," Darius shouted, kicking off his shoes. Jin followed immediately, both boys cannonballing into the water with excited yells. I hesitated, noticing how the water swallowed their bodies, how dark it looked below the surface. Something about the stillness of the farther shore disturbed me, the way the trees there seemed denser, the shadows deeper. "You coming?" Hannah asked, already wading in. "Maybe later," I said. "I'll watch the backpacks." From my position on the dock, I studied our surroundings, trying to dismiss my growing anxiety. That's when I first noticed it, a strange silence. The forest sounds, birds, insects, wind in the branches, had completely ceased. As dusk approached, we returned to the cabin to prepare Grace's birthday celebration. Tamara had brought battery-powered lanterns that cast long shadows across the walls. Jin and Darius gathered stones to build a fire pit outside, while Hannah and I helped Grace arrange her birthday cupcakes on a plastic plate. "Sorry it's not a proper cake," Hannah said. Grace smiled. "Are you kidding? Camping cupcakes are the best." The fire crackled warmly, pushing back the darkness that had settled among the trees. We sang Happy Birthday, our voices sounding small against the vast wilderness surrounding us. After eating, we roasted marshmallows and told stories. "My dad says these forests have the highest rate of disappearances in the state," Darius claimed, his face eerily lit from below by his flashlight. Tamara rolled her eyes. "That's just to scare tourists away from his hunting spots." "No, it's true," Darius insisted. "People go hiking and never come back. They find their cameras sometimes with the last photos just showing trees. Normal forest stuff. Nothing scary in the pictures, but the people, gone." Jin shuddered visibly. "Can we talk about something else?" We shifted to school gossip and video games, but I found my attention repeatedly drawn to the edge of our light's reach, where the forest waited in absolute blackness. Occasionally I thought I saw movement, just a quick displacement of shadow, but convinced myself it was the fire's flickering light playing tricks. After the cupcakes and stories, Grace suggested we walk back to the lake to stargaze. The idea of returning to the water in darkness made my stomach clench, but everyone else agreed enthusiastically. Tamara led our procession, swinging her powerful flashlight in wide arcs that briefly illuminated twisted tree trunks and undergrowth before returning them to darkness. The path seemed longer at night, more convoluted. Twice I was certain we had taken a wrong turn, but Tamara moved with confidence. Finally, the trees opened up, and we stood again at the lake's edge. Above us, the night sky blazed with more stars than I had ever seen, the Milky Way a smear of light across the darkness. Despite my earlier misgivings, I felt momentarily awestruck. We sprawled on the dock, pointing out constellations and watching for shooting stars. For a while I forgot my unease, lost in the vastness above. Then I heard it, a splashing sound from across the lake. The splashing continued, rhythmic and deliberate. I propped myself up on my elbows, squinting into the darkness. The far shore was barely visible, a black line against the slightly less black water. "What's that noise?" I whispered, not wanting to break the night stillness completely. At first, no one responded. Then Grace sat up beside me. Probably just a deer getting a drink. But it didn't sound like an animal lapping at water. It was more purposeful, like something stirring the lake's surface with intent. I placed my hand on Hannah's arm. "What is that?" I asked, louder this time. One by one, the others sat up, following my gaze across the water. The splashing stopped abruptly, replaced by a heavy silence. "I don't see anything," Darius said, but his voice wavered. Tamara switched on her flashlight, pointing it toward the sound's origin. The beam traveled across the water but dissipated before reaching the opposite shore. Still, in that brief illumination, I caught a glimpse of something pale against the darkness, a figure at the water's edge. "There's someone over there," I said, my mouth suddenly dry. Jin fumbled for his own flashlight. When he aimed it across the lake, we all saw it clearly for the first time. A white figure was hunched at the lake's edge, impossibly thin limbs extending into the water. It wasn't moving, but somehow I knew it was aware of us, aware of our lights, our voices, our presence. "What is that?" Grace's voice had risen an octave. We watched, transfixed, as the figure slowly withdrew its elongated arms from the water. It remained crouched for several heartbeats, unmoving. Then it turned its head toward us. Even from this distance, I could see its eyes, or rather the absence of them. Just dark hollows in a pale face. My breathing became shallow, my muscles tensing with primitive fear. The figure rose to its full height, taller than any human should be, its proportions all wrong. For one terrible moment, it simply stood there, regarding us across the water. Then it began to move. "Run," Tamara whispered, then louder. "Run!" We scrambled off the dock, flashlight beams bouncing wildly as we searched for the path back to the cabin. Behind us, I heard splashing, violent and fast, something moving through water with unnatural speed. "This way!" Grace shouted, finding the trail. We ran in a tight group, branches whipping our faces, roots threatening to trip us with every step. I didn't dare look back, but I could hear it. The splash of the creature leaving the water, followed by the sound of wet, heavy footsteps on the shore, then the cracking of undergrowth as it entered the forest behind us. A growl rose from the darkness, not the growl of any animal I'd ever heard, but something that mimicked the sound while getting it horribly wrong. The noise seemed to come from a throat not designed for such vocalizations. "It's gaining on us," Jin cried, his voice breaking with terror. I risked a glance over my shoulder and immediately wished I hadn't. In the bouncing beams of our flashlights, I caught glimpses of a pale form moving through the trees with terrible efficiency. Sometimes on two legs, sometimes on all fours, its body bending in ways that defied anatomy. Hannah stumbled beside me, her foot caught in a root. I grabbed her arm, yanking her forward as we continued our desperate flight. The path seemed to have lengthened impossibly, the cabin nowhere in sight. The creature's breathing grew louder, a wet, rasping sound that seemed to surround us rather than come from a single point behind. The forest floor trembled with its pursuit, dead leaves and pine needles scattering in its wake. Finally, the cabin appeared ahead, its dark windows offering the promise of sanctuary. We burst through the clearing, Tamara reaching the door first and flinging it open. We piled inside, collapsing on the floor as Darius slammed the door shut and threw the deadbolt. For several terrible moments, we huddled together in the darkness, our breathing ragged, listening. Outside, something circled the cabin, heavy footsteps on the porch, a scraping along the walls, the creak of weight on the roof. The windows rattled as if being tested. "What was that thing?" Hannah sobbed, her face buried against Grace's shoulder. No one answered. No one had to. We had all seen it, and none of us had words to adequately describe the wrongness of the creature. How it seemed almost human, but fundamentally, horrifically not. Eventually, the sounds outside ceased. We remained frozen, afraid that any movement or noise might remind the creature of our presence. Hours passed in terrified silence, no one willing to check if it was truly gone. "We should call for help," Jin finally whispered, his voice barely audible. Grace nodded and retrieved the two-way radio her father had left. With trembling fingers, she switched it to channel 3 and pressed the talk button. "Uncle Roy, are you there? We need help. There's something outside the cabin." Static answered her. She tried again, her voice cracking with desperation. "Please, anyone, we need help at Cabin 7, Evergreen Lake." More static, then a burst of sound that might have been a voice, but the words were indistinguishable. Grace adjusted the frequency, trying again and again, but we couldn't establish clear communication. The mountains, Tamara said flatly. They block the signal sometimes. Darius had been peering through a gap in the window curtains. I don't see anything out there now. It doesn't matter, I said. We're not going outside until morning. We barricaded the door with the couch and pushed the heavy table against the most vulnerable window. Taking inventory of our supplies, we found enough water and snacks to last until Grace's father returned tomorrow. We agreed to take shifts staying awake, 2 at a time, watching the windows and door. During my watch with Grace, sometime in the darkest part of night, she whispered, "I'm sorry I brought you here." I looked at her face, pale in the weak light of our single remaining lantern, and saw genuine remorse there. "You couldn't have known," I replied. She shook her head. "That's the thing. There were stories. Uncle Roy told my dad about hikers seeing strange things in these woods. I thought they were just trying to scare us. You know, typical adult stuff to keep kids from wandering off. But now..." A soft sound outside interrupted her, a gentle scratching at the wall beside us. We froze, holding our breath. The scratching continued, moving slowly around the perimeter of the cabin. When it reached the window, I saw a pale hand with too many joints press against the glass for just a moment before withdrawing. Grace gripped my arm, her fingernails digging into my skin, but neither of us made a sound. Eventually, the scratching faded. "It's testing us," I whispered, looking for a way in. We woke Tamara and Darius for the next watch, but I doubt any of us truly slept that night. I lay in my bunk, every muscle tense, listening to the occasional creak of the roof or scratch at the walls, wondering if the flimsy wooden structure would be enough to keep us safe until dawn. The night stretched endlessly, each minute an exercise in terror. I found myself praying silently, bargaining with God for the sun to rise quickly, promising anything in exchange for morning light. First light arrived with excruciating slowness, a gradual lessening of darkness rather than a triumphant brightness. We gathered in the main room, pale and exhausted, no one having slept more than minutes at a time. "Should we try the radio again?" Hannah asked. Before anyone could answer, we heard the unmistakable sound of a vehicle approaching, tires on gravel, an engine rumbling. We rushed to the windows, half expecting another trick, but instead saw a Forest Service truck pulling into the clearing. Grace's Uncle Roy stepped out looking concerned. We removed our barricade and flung open the door, tumbling out into the morning light with relief and frantic explanations. "Whoa, slow down," Roy said, holding up his hands. "What happened? We couldn't get a clear signal on the radio." We took turns describing our encounter, the figure across the lake, the chase through the forest, the night of terror as it circled our cabin. With each detail, Roy's expression grew more serious. "Let's take a look around," he finally said, retrieving a rifle from his truck. We followed him reluctantly to the lake, no one wanting to go, but all needing confirmation of what we'd seen. In daylight, Evergreen Lake looked deceptively peaceful, its surface glassy and undisturbed. "There," I pointed to the far shore. "That's where we saw it first." Roy nodded and led us along the perimeter of the lake. As we approached the opposite shore, we discovered a trail of destruction, vegetation crushed and torn, the muddy bank churned up with unusual indentations that couldn't quite be called footprints. "What made these?" Darius asked, his voice hushed. Roy crouched, examining the marks without touching them. "I'm not sure," he admitted, "but you kids aren't the first to report seeing something strange around here." He stood, scanning the dense forest beyond the disturbed area. "About 10 years ago, there was a research facility a few miles from here. Government-funded, very secretive. Some kind of environmental science project, supposedly studying the unique ecosystem of these woods." "What happened to it?" Grace asked. "Officially, funding got cut, project abandoned. Unofficially." He hesitated. "There was an incident. Some kind of containment breach. They evacuated the facility overnight, brought in hazmat teams. The whole area is still restricted." "You think whatever we saw came from there?" I asked, my mind racing with horrific possibilities. A test subject, a genetic experiment gone wrong, exposed to something that warped its body and mind. Roy shrugged. I'm not saying that, just telling you what I know. He pointed to the trail leading away from the lake, deeper into the forest. Those marks head east, away from the campground. Whatever it was, is gone now. But I wasn't convinced. As we walked back to the cabin to gather our things, Grace's father had been called and was already on his way to collect us. I felt watched. Every shadow in the trees seemed to conceal something waiting, every rustle of leaves a potential threat. We left Evergreen Lake that afternoon, none of us speaking much during the long drive home. I told my parents we'd gotten spooked by normal forest noises, not wanting to worry them, or worse, have them dismiss our experience entirely. In the years since, I've researched extensively, looking into government facilities in the Olympic Peninsula, unexplained disappearances in national parks, unidentified creatures sighted in the Pacific Northwest. I found nothing conclusive, just fragments and rumors, whispers of something not quite human living in those remote forests. Sometimes I wake in the night, certain I've heard scratching at my window. On those occasions, I lie perfectly still until dawn, remembering how that creature moved, with purpose and patience, hunting not from hunger but from some darker, more deliberate motivation. I never went camping again. And whenever friends mention Evergreen Lake, I find reasons to be elsewhere, because I know what waits there in the darkness, watching from across the water, its hollow eyes fixed on the warm lights of human habitation, biding its time. Summer break had just begun, and the weight of 7th grade finally lifted from my shoulders. I was 13 that year, 2019, a time when most kids my age were glued to their phones or gaming consoles. Not me, though. My parents couldn't afford the latest technology, and our family vacations consisted of weekend trips to visit my grandmother 2 towns over. That's why when my best friend Samantha approached me with a glossy brochure for Camp Evergreen, I felt a surge of excitement I hadn't experienced in years. The brochure showcased smiling girls canoeing across a serene lake, hiking through lush forests, and gathering around crackling campfires. It looked like something straight out of a movie, nothing like the mundane summers I was used to. My mom signed me up already, Samantha said, her eyes bright with anticipation. 2 full weeks. She said I could bring a friend, and I immediately thought of you. I stared at the pictures, tracing my finger over the pristine lake. Camp Evergreen was nestled in the mountains, approximately 3 hours from our hometown. The thought of being so far from home made my stomach twist with both excitement and apprehension. I've never been away from home that long, I admitted, but couldn't hide my growing enthusiasm. It'll be amazing, Samantha insisted. We'll swim, hike, make new friends. Please say yes. That evening, I showed the brochure to my parents. To my surprise, they agreed almost immediately. My mother commented that it would be good for me to experience nature instead of spending another summer helping her around the house. My father seemed relieved at the prospect of one less mouth to feed for 2 weeks. They weren't being cruel. Money was just always tight. In the days leading up to our departure, I packed and repacked my duffel bag, checked items off the camp's recommended list, and tried to imagine what awaited me. I'd never been a particularly adventurous child. The closest I'd come to camping was sleeping in our backyard when the summer heat made our house unbearable. The night before we left, I had my first nightmare. I was swimming in dark water, unable to see more than a few inches in front of me. Something brushed against my leg, a cold, firm grip that pulled me deeper. I woke gasping for air, my sheets damp with sweat. I dismissed it as pre-camp jitters and didn't mention it to anyone. I should have recognized it for what it was, a warning. The journey to Camp Evergreen was filled with Samantha's excited chatter and her mother's occasional interjections about her own camp experiences from decades ago. I half listened, watching through the window as suburban landscapes gave way to increasingly dense forests and winding mountain roads. As we turned onto a gravel path marked with a wooden sign reading Camp Evergreen, Empowering Young Women. Since 1972, I felt a peculiar sensation. The air seemed to thicken, and the lush trees lining the entrance cast long shadows across our path. The sun, bright and cheerful throughout our drive, now struggled to penetrate the dense canopy above. "We're here," Samantha squealed, pressing her face against the window as a cluster of rustic cabins came into view. The main lodge was a massive log structure with a wraparound porch, where several adults in forest green polo shirts stood welcoming arrivals. Beyond it, I could see glimpses of the lake, its surface reflecting the afternoon light like a mirror. As we exited the car, the first thing that struck me was the silence. Despite dozens of girls and parents milling about, there was an unnatural stillness to the place. No birds sang in the trees, no insects buzzed. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. "Welcome to Camp Evergreen." A woman with a clipboard approached us, her smile not quite reaching her eyes. "I'm Ms. Winters, the camp director." Ms. Winters had the weathered look of someone who spent most of her time outdoors. Tanned skin, crow's feet around her eyes, and calloused hands. She checked our names off her list and assigned us to Cabin Pine, explaining that we'd meet our counselor at orientation. "You girls are in for a special summer," she said, her voice dropping slightly. "We have many exciting activities planned." Samantha's mother helped us carry our bags to our cabin, hugged us both tightly, and promised to return in 2 weeks. As her car disappeared down the gravel road, I felt a twinge of unease. I was now farther from home than I'd ever been, surrounded by strangers in an unfamiliar place. Cabin Pine was rustic but comfortable, with 6 bunk beds, a small bathroom, and wooden chests for our belongings. 4 other girls were already unpacking. Twins named Hannah and Haley, a tall girl called Brianna, and a quiet, intense-looking girl named Josephine. "I heard they renovated all the cabins after what happened," Josephine said abruptly as she shoved clothes into a drawer. "After what?" I asked, selecting a bottom bunk near the window. Josephine looked around as if checking for eavesdroppers. "You don't know about the drowning?" Before she could continue, the cabin door swung open and our counselor strode in. Iris was in her early 20s, with a perpetual smile and boundless energy. She clapped her hands to get our attention. "Welcome to Cabin Pine. Let's save the ghost stories for the campfire, shall we?" She gave Josephine a pointed look. "Orientation begins in 15 minutes at the main lodge. Don't be late." As we followed Iris to the main lodge, Samantha nudged me. "Don't let Josephine freak you out. Every camp has some story to scare the new kids." I nodded but couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more to Josephine's comment. The way our counselor had so quickly shut down the conversation seemed strange. What was the drowning she'd mentioned, and why did it necessitate cabin renovations? Orientation was a blur of rules, schedules, and introductions. We learned about the camp's history, founded by a woman who believed girls needed wilderness experiences to build character, the daily routine, wake at 7 a.m., lights out at 10 p.m., and the various activities available, swimming, canoeing, hiking, archery, crafts. Throughout the presentation, I found my attention drawn to the large windows overlooking the lake. The water was unnaturally still, a dark blue surface that reflected the surrounding trees like a perfect photograph. As the sun began to set, the lake's color deepened to an almost black hue. "That lake gives me the creeps," Brianna whispered beside me. "It's too quiet." She was right. Most lakes I'd seen had small waves, ripples from fish jumping, or water bugs skittering across the surface. This one was completely motionless, as if frozen in time. After orientation, we returned to our cabin for get-to-know-you games led by Iris. As we sat in a circle on the wooden floor, sharing facts about ourselves, I noticed Josephine's eyes repeatedly drifting to the window facing the lake. When we finally crawled into our bunks that night, exhausted from the long day, I heard Josephine whispering from her bed across the room. "Her name was Andrea Walsh," she said, barely audible. "She drowned here in 1996. They never found her body." I pulled my blanket tighter around me, trying to block out her words, but sleep remained elusive for hours. When I finally drifted off, my dreams were filled with dark water and reaching hands. Morning arrived with the blaring of a bugle across the campgrounds. I blinked awake, momentarily disoriented by the unfamiliar surroundings. Sunlight streamed through the cabin windows, casting warm patterns on the wooden floor. For a moment, the previous night's unease seemed foolish in the bright light of day. Iris herded us to the dining hall, a spacious building with long wooden tables and benches. The air was filled with the scent of bacon and pancakes and the chatter of nearly 100 excited girls. Samantha and I filled our trays and found seats at a table with girls from Cabin Birch. "Have you heard about the ghost?" a freckled girl named Grace asked as she slid onto the bench across from us. "Josephine mentioned something about a drowning," I admitted, keeping my voice low. Grace nodded eagerly. "Andrea Walsh. She was our age, 13, when it happened. They say she went swimming alone at night. Against the rules, obviously. The next morning they found her clothes on the dock. But no Andrea." "That's not what I heard," another girl interjected. "I heard she was pushed by her counselor." "That's ridiculous," Samantha said with an eye roll. "If a counselor murdered a camper, the place would have been shut down." "Not if they covered it up," Grace countered. "My older sister came here 3 years ago. She said they don't let anyone swim in the deep part of the lake anymore. They've got buoys marking it off limits." I glanced out the window at the lake, visible in the distance. The morning sun glinted off its surface, making it appear almost inviting. It was hard to reconcile the beautiful scene with such a tragic story. "Whatever happened, it was over 20 years ago," Samantha said firmly. "I'm not letting some old story ruin my summer." After breakfast, our cabin group was scheduled for swimming lessons. We changed into our swimsuits and made our way down to the lake, where Iris and another counselor named Maya waited on the dock with clipboards. Up close, the lake was even more beautiful and more unsettling. The water was incredibly clear near the shore, allowing visibility several feet down to the sandy bottom. Further out, however, it darkened rapidly, the bottom disappearing into blackness. "The swimming area is marked by the yellow buoys," Iris explained, pointing to a roped-off section of the lake. "Beyond that, the lake drops off quickly to over 30 feet deep. No one swims past the buoys, ever. Understood?" We all nodded solemnly. I couldn't help noticing how the other counselor, Maya, stared out at the deep water with an expression I couldn't quite decipher. Something between fear and reverence. After assessing our swimming abilities, we were divided into groups. Being a strong swimmer, I was placed in the advanced group with Samantha, Brianna, and several girls from other cabins. We practiced strokes while Iris watched from the dock, occasionally shouting instructions. The water was surprisingly warm for a mountain lake, almost unnaturally so. As I swam, I noticed how sound seemed to behave strangely underwater, muffled in a way that felt different from my experiences in public pools or the rare occasions I'd been to the beach. About 20 minutes into our lesson, I dove under to practice retrieving objects from the bottom. The counselors had tossed several colorful rings for us to retrieve. I spotted a red one near the boundary rope and swam toward it. As I reached for the ring, a shadow passed overhead, something large moving across the surface. Thinking it was another swimmer, I surfaced quickly, not wanting a collision. But when my head broke the water, I saw all the other girls still in their designated areas, none close enough to have cast the shadow I'd seen. The counselors remained on the dock, engaged in conversation. I treaded water, scanning the lake's surface. Nothing unusual was visible, yet I couldn't shake the feeling of being watched. The back of my neck prickled with goosebumps, despite the warm water. "Everything okay?" Samantha called from a few yards away. "Yeah," I replied automatically, though nothing felt okay. Just thought I saw something. I returned to the group, but kept glancing back at the spot where I'd seen the shadow. For the remainder of the swimming lesson, I stayed in the shallowest part of the designated area, never letting my feet lose contact with the bottom. Later that afternoon, during free time, I sat on the cabin's small porch with my journal, trying to rationalize what I'd experienced. Perhaps it had been a large fish, or a shadow from a passing cloud. The rational explanations didn't ease my discomfort. Josephine emerged from the cabin and sat beside me, her dark eyes studying my face with uncomfortable intensity. "You felt it, didn't you?" she asked quietly. "In the lake." I hesitated, unsure how much to reveal. "Felt what?" "That we're not alone in there." Josephine hugged her knees to her chest. "My older sister came here 4 years ago. She told me about Andrea. Said the lake changed after she drowned. Became warmer, quieter. Like something's absorbing all the energy." "It's just a lake," I said, not believing my own words. Josephine gave me a sad smile. "Andrea's family demanded an investigation after she disappeared. The police brought in divers, sonar equipment, everything. They never found a trace of her. It's like the lake just swallowed her. People are found eventually, I argued. Bodies float. Not an evergreen lake, Josephine whispered. Nothing that goes into the deep part ever comes back up. Before I could respond, Iris called us for the next activity. As I stood to leave, Josephine grabbed my wrist, her fingers digging into my skin with surprising strength. "Stay away from the deep water," she warned. "Andrea isn't the only one who never came back." The next few days passed in a blur of scheduled activities, new friendships, and forced normalcy. I threw myself into camp life, determined to enjoy the experience despite the unease that lingered at the edges of my consciousness. Samantha, oblivious to my concerns, thrived in the environment, quickly becoming a favorite among counselors for her enthusiasm and leadership qualities. Our third day at camp brought our cabin's turn for canoeing lessons. After breakfast, we gathered at the boathouse, a weathered structure extending partly over the water. Inside, rows of canoes hung from the ceiling, their hulls gleaming with fresh varnish. "Today you'll learn basic paddling techniques and water safety," explained Mr. Harmon, the elderly caretaker who ran the boating program. His leathery skin and calloused hands spoke of decades spent outdoors. "Each of you will take a canoe out. Follow my instructions carefully." We were fitted with life jackets and given paddles. One by one, we climbed into canoes while Mr. Harmon and Iris steadied them against the dock. When my turn came, I hesitated, staring down at the water lapping against the wooden structure. "Something wrong?" Mr. Harmon asked, noticing my reluctance. "No," I lied, forcing myself to step into the narrow vessel. It wobbled beneath me, and I gripped the sides with white knuckles. "That's it," he encouraged, as I settled onto the seat. "Keep your weight centered." He pushed my canoe away from the dock with surprising strength for his age. I dipped my paddle into the water as he demonstrated, making small, controlled strokes. The canoe glided smoothly across the surface, joining the others who were already practicing in a small cove near the boathouse. For several minutes, I felt a growing confidence. The repetitive motion of paddling was almost meditative, and the morning sun warmed my skin pleasantly. Perhaps I had been overthinking things. Perhaps the stories about Andrea Walsh were just that, stories. Then I noticed I'd drifted away from the group. Despite maintaining what I thought was a straight course, my canoe had somehow veered toward the center of the lake, past the swimming buoys that marked the drop-off to deeper water. I corrected my course, digging my paddle deeper to turn back toward the cove. The canoe didn't respond as expected. Instead of turning, it continued its path toward deeper water, as if pulled by an invisible current. I paddled harder, my arms burning with the effort, yet made no progress toward the shore. "You're too far out," Iris called from the dock, her voice carrying across the water. "Turn back toward the cove." "I'm trying," I shouted back, fighting against the inexplicable pull. Mr. Harmon quickly launched another canoe, powerful strokes carrying him toward me. As he approached, my canoe suddenly lurched to one side, nearly capsizing. I dropped my paddle in surprise and grabbed the gunwales to steady myself. The paddle didn't float as it should have. Instead, it sank immediately, disappearing into the darkness below. As I watched it vanish, something in the depths caught my eye, a pale shape, moving against the blackness. Not the random movement of underwater currents, but the deliberate motion of something swimming, something large. My heart hammered against my ribs as I stared into the water. The shape moved closer to the surface, growing more distinct. A face, human yet somehow wrong, materialized beneath my canoe. Pale, bloated features distorted by water and time, with dark holes where eyes should be. A mouth opened in what could have been a smile or a scream. I recoiled so violently that the canoe rocked dangerously. Water splashed over the sides, soaking my legs. The face disappeared as suddenly as it had appeared, leaving only the dark water below. Mr. Harmon reached me moments later, expertly maneuvering his canoe alongside mine. "Grab my paddle," he instructed, extending it toward me. "I'll tow you back." With trembling hands, I clutched the offered paddle. Mr. Harmon began rowing us both toward shore, his weathered face set in a grim expression. "Did you see something in the water?" he asked quietly, his eyes scanning the lake's surface. I hesitated. Would he believe me? Would anyone? I thought I saw a face. His paddling faltered for just a moment before resuming its steady rhythm. The sun plays tricks on these waters, he said, his tone carefully neutral. Reflections, shadows, easy to see things that aren't there. But his eyes told a different story. They held knowledge, perhaps fear. He knew something about this lake that he wasn't sharing. Back on shore, Iris wrapped a towel around my shoulders, mistaking my shaking for cold rather than terror. You drifted into the current, she explained, rubbing my arms briskly. It happens sometimes. That's why we always stay in the cove for lessons. What current? Samantha asked, standing nearby with the others. The lake looks perfectly still. Underwater currents, Mr. Harmon interjected. This lake has unusual hydrology. Underground springs create currents you can't see from the surface. The explanation sounded rehearsed, as if he'd given it many times before. The other girls accepted it without question, but I knew what I'd seen. No current had pulled my canoe. Something had wanted me in the deep water. That night, I lay awake long after lights out, listening to the steady breathing of my cabin mates. My mind replayed the face I'd seen, the hollow eyes, the grotesque smile. Was it Andrea Walsh? Or something else entirely? Around midnight, I heard soft footsteps on the wooden floor. Peeking through barely opened eyes, I saw Josephine slip out the cabin door. Curiosity overrode my fear, and I quietly followed, grabbing a flashlight from beside my bunk. The night was moonless, the camp illuminated only by a few security lights along the main paths. I caught a glimpse of Josephine's silhouette heading toward the lake and followed at a distance, careful to avoid twigs and other noisy debris on the ground. She stopped at the edge of the dock, gazing out over the water. I hid behind a nearby tree, watching as she knelt and placed something on the wooden planks. Flowers, I realized, a small bouquet of wildflowers gathered from around the camp. I know you're there, Josephine said suddenly without turning around. You can come out. Startled, I stepped from my hiding place. What are you doing? Paying respects, she replied simply. Andrea's birthday was yesterday. She would have been 36. I approached cautiously, standing beside her on the dock. The lake before us was a vast expanse of blackness, not even stars reflected on its unusually still surface. How do you know so much about her? I asked. Josephine was quiet for a long moment. Andrea was my aunt, my mother's younger sister. The revelation struck me speechless. This wasn't just camp folklore to her. It was family history, personal tragedy. My mother never got over it, Josephine continued. She visits the lake every year on Andrea's birthday. This year she couldn't come, so I promised I'd leave flowers for her. I'm sorry, I said inadequately. About your aunt. They said she drowned accidentally, Josephine's voice hardened, but my mother never believed it. Andrea was an excellent swimmer, and she wasn't alone that night. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. What do you mean? She was with her counselor, Ms. Winters. The name hit me like a physical blow. The camp director? She was here when it happened? Josephine nodded. She was Andrea's counselor that summer. The police questioned her, but she claimed Andrea snuck out alone after lights out. No one could prove otherwise. My mind raced, connecting pieces of a puzzle I hadn't known existed. Ms. Winters's strange demeanor, the way the counselors avoided discussing the lake's history, Mr. Harmon's practiced explanation of underwater currents. I saw something in the lake today, I admitted, the words tumbling out before I could reconsider. A face, under my canoe. Josephine didn't seem surprised. Others have seen her too. The camp covers it up, calls them hallucinations or tricks of light. But I know better. What really happened to her? I asked, dreading the answer. I don't know for certain, Josephine replied, but I intend to find out before camp ends, and I think you're meant to help me. As if in response to her words, the still surface of the lake suddenly rippled, a single, perfect circle expanding outward from a central point, as if something large had risen briefly before sinking again into the depths. We both took an involuntary step back from the edge. Something's happening, Josephine whispered. The lake is changing. Andrea's getting stronger. What do you mean, stronger? Every year there are more sightings, more incidents. Last summer, a girl nearly drowned during a night swim. Said something grabbed her ankle and wouldn't let go. I thought of my canoe being pulled toward deeper water against all my efforts to turn back. We should tell someone. Who? Ms. Winters? The counselors? They're all part of it. Josephine gathered her flashlight. Meet me tomorrow night after lights out. Bring your swimsuit. My swimsuit? Why would I? We're going to find proof, she interrupted. In the boathouse. There are records there, logs from every summer, including 1996. As we crept back to our cabin, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched, not just by whoever might be patrolling the grounds, but by something else. Something that dwelled in the unnaturally still waters of Evergreen Lake and had been waiting patiently for 23 years. The following day passed with excruciating slowness. Every activity, every meal, every conversation seemed to drag on endlessly as I waited for nightfall. I went through the motions of camp life mechanically, my mind preoccupied with what Josephine had shared and what we planned to do. Samantha noticed my distraction during archery practice. "Are you still freaked out about yesterday?" she asked as we retrieved arrows from the target. "Mr. Harmon said it was just underwater currents." "I'm fine," I lied. "Just tired. Didn't sleep well." "Is it Josephine?" "She's been glued to your side since yesterday," Samantha lowered her voice. "The twins told me she comes here every summer but never makes friends. They think she's obsessed with that drowning story because she's related to the girl who died." "She told me," I admitted. "Andrea was her aunt." Samantha's eyes widened. "Seriously? That's morbid? Why would her parents keep sending her to the camp where her aunt died?" It was a good question, one I hadn't considered. Maybe they don't know she's investigating what happened. Investigating? What are you talking about? I realized I'd said too much and quickly backpedaled. Nothing, just that she's curious about it. Samantha studied my face for a moment, then shook her head. "Whatever she's dragged you into, be careful. The counselors already watch her like a hawk. You don't want that kind of attention." Her warning stayed with me throughout the day. I noticed for the first time how the counselors did indeed seem to track Josephine's movements more closely than the other campers. During swimming, Iris remained unnervingly close to her in the water. At lunch, Maya happened to sit at our table. During free time, there always seemed to be a staff member nearby when Josephine was around. Were they watching her because they knew about her connection to Andrea, or because they feared what she might discover? After dinner, as we walked back to our cabin, I pulled Josephine aside. "We're being watched," I whispered. "The counselors are always around you." "Now you're noticing," she replied with a grim smile. "It's been like this every summer since I started coming here 3 years ago. They know who I am." "Then why do you keep coming back?" Josephine's expression darkened. "Because every year I get closer to the truth. Last summer, I found Andrea's name in an old registry in the main office. It had been crossed out, not just lined through, but violently scribbled over until the page tore." "And your parents just let you come back? After what happened to your aunt?" "They don't know," she admitted. "They think I'm at a science camp in Springfield. My grandmother helps me. She never believed the accident story either." The depths of Josephine's deception stunned me. She had orchestrated an elaborate lie, maintained year after year, all to investigate her aunt's disappearance. Her determination was both admirable and frightening. "What do you think happened to her?" I asked. Josephine glanced around before answering, ensuring no one was within earshot. "I think Ms. Winters was involved. Maybe it was an accident, maybe not. But I know she lied about Andrea being alone that night." "How can you be sure?" "Because I found a photograph in the camp archives last summer. It showed Andrea with Ms. Winters on the dock, time-stamped 11:43 p.m., the night she disappeared." The revelation sent a chill through me. If Josephine was right, the camp director had lied to police and potentially covered up a death, possibly even murder. "The picture disappeared the next day," Josephine continued. "I went back to look at it again, and it was gone. That's when they started watching me more closely. That night, as the cabin settled into sleep, I lay awake, listening for Josephine's signal. Around midnight, I heard 3 soft taps on the wooden post beside my bunk, our agreed-upon code. I slipped out of bed, already dressed in shorts and a t-shirt over my swimsuit as Josephine had instructed. She waited by the door, a small backpack slung over her shoulder. We crept out silently, careful not to wake the others. The camp was eerily quiet. Even the usual chorus of frogs and crickets seemed subdued, as if the wildlife sensed something unnatural about this place. We moved from shadow to shadow, avoiding the security lights that illuminated the main paths. The boathouse loomed ahead, a dark silhouette against the starry sky. Unlike the rest of the camp buildings, it extended partly over the water, built on thick wooden pillars sunk deep into the lake bed. During the day, it was a hub of activity. At night, it transformed into something foreboding. "There's a side door that's never locked," Josephine whispered as we approached. "The caretaker is forgetful." Sure enough, the small maintenance entrance swung open with minimal creaking when she pushed it. We slipped inside, closing it carefully behind us. The interior was pitch black. Josephine switched on a small flashlight, keeping its beam pointed downward to minimize the chance of being spotted from outside. The weak light revealed rows of canoes and kayaks hanging from the ceiling, creating strange, elongated shadows on the walls. "The office is this way," she murmured, leading me past equipment racks toward a small room at the back. The office was little more than a closet with a desk and filing cabinet. Josephine handed me the flashlight and began rifling through the drawers with practiced efficiency. "What exactly are we looking for?" I asked, nervously scanning the boathouse for any sign of movement. "Incident reports, logbooks from 1996, anything about Andrea." She pulled out a dusty ledger. "Hold the light steady." As she flipped through the yellowed pages, I noticed something unusual. Water was seeping under the door, not from the direction of the lake, but from the main boathouse area we'd just passed through. "Josephine," I whispered urgently, "there's water coming in." She glanced down, frowning at the thin line of moisture advancing across the floor. "That's not possible. The boathouse is watertight." We both stared as the water continued to spread, soaking into the thin carpet. It didn't behave like normal water. It moved with purpose, seeming to reach toward us rather than simply flowing downhill. "We need to leave," I said, backing away until I hit the desk. "Now." Josephine shoved the ledger into her backpack. "Not yet. I found something." She pointed to an entry dated July 17, 1996. "Look." The page detailed a water safety incident involving Camper AW and Counselor CW. It was vague, mentioning only that both had been out after curfew and that appropriate disciplinary measures were implemented. "CW," I read aloud. "Catherine Winters?" Josephine nodded grimly. This proves they were together that night. But there's something strange about this entry. It's dated July 17th, but my mother always said Andrea disappeared on July 15th. Before I could process this discrepancy, a loud splash came from the main area of the boathouse, not the gentle lapping of the lake against the pillars, but the distinctive sound of something large emerging from water. We froze, eyes locked on the door as water continued to seep underneath, now nearly an inch deep in the small office. "Someone's out there," I whispered, my voice barely audible. "Not someone," Josephine corrected, her face pale in the flashlight's glow. "Something." A heavy, wet sound, like sodden footsteps, moved across the boathouse floor, approaching the office. The doorknob turned slowly, metal grinding against metal. Josephine reacted first, grabbing my arm and pulling me toward a small window on the back wall. "Out, now!" She pushed the window open and helped boost me through. I tumbled onto the narrow maintenance walkway that ran along the boathouse exterior, just a few feet above the water. Josephine followed seconds later, pulling the window closed behind her. "Run!" she hissed, pointing toward the shore. We sprinted along the walkway, our footsteps thundering on the wooden planks. Behind us, the windows shattered outward, glass tinkling into the lake. Something dark and glistening pushed through the opening, an arm, impossibly elongated and dripping with lake water. The walkway ended abruptly at a small platform. Below us was the lake, black and forbidding in the starlight. To our right, a short jump away, was the main dock that led back to shore. "We have to jump to the dock," Josephine said, already positioning herself for the leap. "On three, 1, 2. She never reached 3. From beneath the walkway, something surged upward, splintering the wood beneath our feet. I fell backward, narrowly avoiding the grasping fingers that punched through the planks. Josephine wasn't as lucky. A pale hand, bloated and inhuman, clamped around her ankle. She screamed, a sound quickly cut short as she was yanked downward with impossible strength. The walkway collapsed further, and Josephine disappeared into the black water with barely a splash. "Josephine!" I screamed, scrambling to the edge of the broken platform. The lake's surface was already smooth again, as if nothing had disturbed it. Without thinking, I dove in. The water was shockingly warm, almost body temperature. Beneath the surface, I opened my eyes, expecting the sting of lake water. Instead, I could see with unnatural clarity in what should have been total darkness. Josephine was being pulled downward, her struggles growing weaker as she descended. Above her, or rather around her, was a figure so horrifying my mind initially refused to process what I was seeing. It wasn't a girl or even a human as I'd expected. The thing dragging Josephine into the depths was a nightmarish amalgamation of disparate parts, limbs of different sizes fused together around a central mass, multiple faces partially merged into one another. I recognized the face I'd seen beneath my canoe among them, but it was just one of many. With a surge of desperate strength, I swam deeper, reaching for Josephine's outstretched hand. Our fingers touched, then clasped. I pulled with all my might, kicking toward the surface. The thing, I couldn't think of it as Andrea anymore, tightened its grip on Josephine's leg. A sound vibrated through the water, not quite a voice, but communicating unmistakable rage. More limbs extended from the central mass, reaching for me. My lungs burned for air. Black spots danced at the edges of my vision. In a final, desperate effort, I yanked Josephine upward, simultaneously kicking at the grotesque appendage that held her. To my shock, the limb broke off, dissolving into the water like ink. The creature recoiled, its many faces contorting in silent screams. With the last of my strength, I pulled Josephine toward the surface. We broke through together, gasping and choking. The dock was just a few yards away. I dragged her toward it, heaving her onto the wooden planks before hauling myself up beside her. What was that thing?" Josephine sputtered between coughs. Before I could answer, lights flared across the camp. Shouts echoed as counselors and staff emerged from their cabins, alerted by our screams. "It wasn't Andrea," I managed, my voice raw. "It was everyone. Everyone who's gone into that lake and never come back." Understanding dawned in Josephine's eyes, followed by horror. "It's collecting them," she whispered. "All this time we thought it was just Andrea, but it's been—" "What in God's name are you two doing?" Ms. Winter's voice cut through the night as she strode down the dock, flanked by 2 counselors. Her face, illuminated by the flashlight she carried, was twisted with an emotion that went beyond anger. It was fear. "We know what's in the lake," Josephine said, struggling to her feet. "We know what happened to Andrea. What's been happening for years." Ms. Winters went very still. "Take these 2 to the infirmary," she instructed the counselors. "They're in shock, hypothermia, most likely." "We're telling everyone," I threatened, finding courage in the aftermath of terror, "about the records, about what's really in the lake." "No one will believe you," Ms. Winters replied coldly. 2 hysterical girls who broke curfew to go swimming? You'll be sent home for endangering yourselves, nothing more." As the counselors led us away, I glanced back at the lake. Its surface was perfectly still once more, but I knew now what lurked beneath. Not a ghost, not a drowned girl seeking revenge, but something far worse. Something that had been feeding on the camp's secrets for decades, and Ms. Winters knew all about it. The infirmary was a small building near the main lodge, equipped with basic medical supplies and 4 narrow beds. The camp nurse, Mrs. Bennett, checked us over with clinical efficiency, clucking her tongue at our soaked clothes and scraped limbs. "Hypothermia risk, possible shock," she muttered, wrapping thermal blankets around our shoulders. "What possessed you girls to go swimming at this hour?" Neither Josephine nor I answered. We sat side by side on one of the beds, shivering despite the warmth of the room. It wasn't cold that made us tremble, but the memory of what we'd seen in the lake's depths. Ms. Winters entered after a brief conversation with the counselors outside. Her face was composed now, the fear I'd seen earlier carefully masked behind a professional demeanor. "Mrs. Bennett, would you give us a moment?" she asked. "I need to speak with the girls about the seriousness of their actions." The nurse hesitated, glancing between us and the camp director. "They should rest." "It won't take long," Ms. Winters insisted, her tone leaving no room for argument. Once we were alone, Ms. Winters closed the blinds on the infirmary windows and turned to face us. In the harsh fluorescent lighting, I noticed details about her I hadn't before: the unnatural tightness around her eyes, the slight tremor in her left hand, the way her skin seemed oddly textured in places, almost scale-like. 23 years, she began, her voice eerily calm. "I've kept this camp running for 23 years since that night. Do you have any idea what you've done?" "We know what's in the lake," Josephine replied, her voice stronger than I expected. "We know about Andrea and the others." Ms. Winters laughed, a brittle sound devoid of humor. "You know nothing. You saw something you can't possibly understand, and now you think you know the truth." "Then tell us," I challenged. "Tell us what really happened to Andrea Walsh." The camp director studied us for a long moment, as if weighing her options. Finally, she pulled up a chair and sat facing us, her posture rigid. "Andrea was special," she began. "Different from the other girls. She sensed things, knew things she shouldn't have known. Like you." She nodded toward me. "From the moment you arrived, I knew you would be trouble. You have the same sensitivity." "What does that mean?" I asked, unnerved by the comparison. "It means the lake called to her, just as it's been calling to you." Ms. Winters leaned forward. "This isn't an ordinary lake. The Native Americans who lived here called it the Devouring Water. They believed it was a gateway to another place, not heaven or hell, but somewhere in between." Josephine gripped my hand tightly. "What happened that night? The records show you were with her." Ms. Winters' expression darkened. "Andrea had been sleepwalking toward the lake for days. I started staying up watching her cabin. That night I followed her to the dock. She was standing at the edge, staring into the water as if she could see something beneath the surface." She paused, her gaze distant with memory. "I tried to take her back to her cabin, but she fought me. Said they were calling her, that she had to join them. I didn't understand what she meant until the water began to move." "Move how?" I prompted, when she fell silent. "It rose up," Ms. Winters whispered. "Not like a wave. Like it was reaching for her. I grabbed her arm, tried to pull her back, but the water, it took her. Pulled her in so fast I barely saw it happen. I dove in after her, but she was just gone." The account aligned with what Josephine had told me about her aunt being an excellent swimmer. If she had been pulled under as suddenly as Ms. Winters described, she would have had no chance to save herself. "Why didn't you tell the truth?" Josephine demanded. "My family has spent 23 years not knowing what really happened to her." "Because I did tell the truth at first," Ms. Winters snapped. "To the police, to the camp owners. They thought I was insane. Decided I must have been negligent. Allowed a camper to drown on my watch. I was nearly charged with criminal negligence." She stood abruptly, pacing the small room. Then the investigators started disappearing. 2 divers went into the lake to search for Andrea's body. Only one came back up, raving about hands in the darkness. He killed himself 3 days later. My skin crawled at the implication. The thing in the lake, it's been there all along. "It's been growing," Ms. Winters corrected. "Every person it takes becomes part of it. Andrea was just one of many over the centuries. But after her, it became more active, hungry." "So you've been feeding it," Josephine said, the accusation hanging heavy in the air. "All these years, girls have been having accidents in the lake, becoming part of whatever that thing is." Ms. Winters' face contorted with genuine outrage. "I've been protecting them, keeping them away from the deep water, establishing safety protocols, but some always slip through, the ones it calls to, like Andrea, like you." She pointed at me. "You recognized me," I realized. "The first day, you knew I could sense it. You have the look, she confirmed. The same one Andrea had. That's why I assigned Iris to watch you closely. Why keep the camp open at all? I asked. If you know what's in the lake, why not shut this place down? Ms. Winters laughed again, that same hollow sound. You think I haven't tried? The first year after Andrea, I recommended closure. The owners refused, too much money invested. When I threatened to go public, I found I couldn't leave. Couldn't leave? Josephine repeated. Ms. Winters rolled up her sleeve slowly, revealing her forearm. In the fluorescent light, the skin appeared mottled, with an almost translucent quality. Beneath the surface, something dark moved, like shadows flowing through water. It marked me that night when I tried to save her, she said quietly. A piece of it, inside me. I can't go beyond the camp boundaries now. Believe me, I've tried. Horror washed over me as I realized the implications. Ms. Winters wasn't just a witness or a conspirator. She was a victim herself, partially claimed by the entity in the lake. So you've been trapped here for 23 years, I said, watching it take more victims. Fewer than you might think, she countered. 3 in all that time. I've gotten better at recognizing the ones it wants, keeping them safe. Until now, Josephine said. It wants her. She nodded toward me. Ms. Winters didn't deny it. It's been more active since you arrived. Agitated. The water temperature has risen 2 degrees in 5 days. That only happens when it's preparing to feed. The clinical way she discussed my potential death chilled me more than the entity itself. What do we do now? You go home, Ms. Winters said firmly. Both of you. First thing tomorrow. I'll tell your parents there was an incident, that you broke curfew and endangered yourselves. It's even true. And then what? Josephine demanded. The camp stays open? That thing keeps growing, taking more girls every few years? My aunt remains part of that abomination? There's nothing to be done about it, Ms. Winters insisted. Nothing human can harm it. Trust me, I've spent 2 decades trying to find a way. There has to be something, I said. Some way to destroy it or contain it. Winters studied me with a mixture of pity and resignation. The indigenous people who lived here believed it could only be appeased through sacrifice. That's why they abandoned this area centuries ago. Too many of their children went missing. We're not sacrificing anyone, Josephine stated flatly. No, Ms. Winters agreed, which is why you're both leaving tomorrow, and why neither of you will speak of this again to anyone. Or what? I challenged. Ms. Winters leaned close, her voice dropping to a whisper. Or I can't protect you. Not from the thing in the lake and not from what would happen if the truth got out. The camp would close, yes. But I'm not the only one marked by it. There are others, people in positions of authority who've helped keep this quiet over the years, people who've made their own arrangements with what lives in those waters. The implication was clear. This conspiracy extended beyond the camp, perhaps to local officials or others who had encountered the entity and been changed by it, as Ms. Winters had been. Get some rest, she said, rising to leave. Your parents will be called first thing in the morning. After she left, Josephine and I sat in stunned silence for several minutes. We can't just leave, she finally said, not knowing what we know now. What choice do we have? I asked. You heard her. That thing is beyond our ability to fight. Josephine's expression hardened with determination. Andrea is in there. Part of her, anyway. I can't leave her like that. And if we do nothing, more girls will be taken. What are you suggesting? She reached into her still damp backpack and pulled out the ledger we'd stolen from the boathouse. There might be something in here. Records of other incidents, maybe information about the lake's history that could help us understand what we're dealing with. We spent the next hour poring over the water-damaged pages, searching for any clue that might help us confront the entity. Most entries were mundane, equipment maintenance, weather conditions, scheduling notes, but scattered throughout were cryptic references to containment protocols and boundary maintenance. Look at this, Josephine said, pointing to an entry from 1998. Annual reinforcement of ward stones completed. Perimeter secure for another season. Ward stones, I repeated. That sounds like someone's been keeping that thing contained in the lake, Josephine finished. All this time, there's been something holding it back, preventing it from extending its reach beyond the water. Further entries confirmed our theory. Every spring before camp opened, Mr. Harmon and Ms. Winters performed some kind of ritual around the lake's perimeter, placing or reinforcing ward stones at key locations. That's why it can pull people in but can't come out itself, I realized. These stones form a barrier. A barrier that's weakening, Josephine added grimly, pointing to more recent entries noting deterioration at the northwest marker and increasing pressure on the southern boundary. The most recent entry, dated just 3 weeks earlier, was particularly disturbing. Containment failing. Estimate complete breach within 1 season if reinforcement impossible. Alternative measures may be necessary. Alternative measures, I echoed. What does that mean? Josephine closed the ledger, her expression grim. I think Ms. Winters has been planning something desperate. A thought occurred to me then, so terrible I almost couldn't voice it. What if that's why you're here? Why your parents suddenly allowed you to come to the camp where your aunt died? What are you saying? Ms. Winters said the indigenous people believed the entity could be appeased through sacrifice. What if she's been guiding certain girls here, girls connected to previous victims? The color drained from Josephine's face. You think she brought me here as a potential sacrifice, to appease that thing? Or to save everyone else, I said quietly. If the containment is failing, and she's tried everything else. Before Josephine could respond, the infirmary door opened. Mrs. Bennett returned, looking tired but professional. You girls should try to sleep. We've called your parents, but they won't be able to pick you up until morning. We exchanged a look, silently agreeing to continue our discussion later. As Mrs. Bennett checked our temperatures and blood pressure one final time, I noticed something I'd missed before, a small tattoo on her wrist, partially hidden by her watch. It appeared to be a symbol. Concentric circles with lines radiating outward, like a stylized sun or star. The same symbol I'd seen etched into the dock pillars and on stones around the lake's edge. The nurse caught me staring and quickly pulled her sleeve down. Try to rest, she said, her tone suddenly cooler. You've had quite a shock. After she left, I whispered to Josephine. She has the symbol. The ward symbol. They're all in on it, Josephine whispered back. The whole staff must be involved in containing that thing. Or serving it, I suggested darkly. We fell into uneasy silence, both pretending to sleep while our minds raced with the horrifying implications of what we'd discovered. Outside, the night grew deeper, and somewhere beyond the infirmary walls the lake waited, patient, hungry, and increasingly unbound. Dawn arrived with a tentative knock on the infirmary door. Iris entered carrying fresh clothes for both of us. Her usually cheerful demeanor was subdued, her movements stiff as she placed the clothes at the foot of our beds. Your parents have been called, she informed us, avoiding eye contact. They'll arrive around noon. Ms. Winters would like to speak with you both after breakfast. We know about the ward stones, I said bluntly, watching for her reaction. Iris froze momentarily, then continued smoothing out the clothes as if I hadn't spoken. Breakfast is in 20 minutes. I'll come back to escort you. Is that why you're all here? Josephine pressed. To maintain the containment, to feed it when necessary. Iris finally looked at us, her expression a mixture of fear and resignation. You don't understand what you're dealing with. Neither of you do. She lowered her voice. Just go home. Forget about this place. Forget what you saw. Like you've forgotten the girls it's taken, I challenged. Something flashed in Iris's eyes, anger, or perhaps guilt. We remember everyone, she said quietly. Their names are carved on the stones that keep that thing from spreading beyond the lake. Their sacrifice protects countless others. This confirmation of our worst suspicions left us momentarily speechless. Iris used our silence to retreat, pausing at the door. 20 minutes. Be ready. After she left, Josephine and I dressed quickly, both processing what we'd learned. We need to see those stones, Josephine said, as she pulled on the camp-issued sweatshirt. The complete circle of them. Maybe there's a way to strengthen the containment without more sacrifices. Or a way to destroy the entity entirely, I added. If there was, Don't you think they would have done it by now? Ms. Winters has been trapped here for 23 years. She's had every reason to find a solution. She had a point. Whatever lived in the lake had resisted all attempts to destroy it for centuries. Even the indigenous people had eventually abandoned the area rather than continue fighting it. Then what do we do? I asked. Josephine zipped her backpack, which still contained the stolen ledger. First, we play along. Let them think we're cooperating. Then, before our parents arrive, we find those ward stones and see for ourselves what we're dealing with. Breakfast was a tense affair. The other campers watched us curiously as we entered the dining hall with Iris. Rumors had clearly spread about our nighttime adventure, though I doubted anyone had guessed the truth. Samantha approached our table, concern evident on her face. "Are you okay? Everyone's saying you went swimming in the middle of the night and nearly drowned." "We're fine," I assured her, attempting a casual tone. "Just did something stupid. Our parents are coming to get us later." "Both of you? But camp just started," Samantha protested. "Can't you talk to Ms. Winters? Explain it was just a mistake?" If only she knew how impossible that was. "It's complicated," I said. "I'll call you when I get home. Explain everything." Though I had no intention of telling Samantha the truth, some knowledge was too dangerous, too burdensome. Let her enjoy her summer, unaware of what lurked beneath the placid surface of Evergreen Lake. After breakfast, Iris escorted us to Ms. Winters' office in the main lodge. The camp director sat behind a large oak desk, looking as if she hadn't slept. The strange mottling on her skin seemed more pronounced in the morning light, extending visibly up her neck. "Your parents will be here in a few hours," she began without preamble. "Until then, you'll remain under supervision. No wandering, no talking to other campers about what happened last night." "We know about the ward stones," Josephine said, repeating what we'd told Iris. "We know you've been using them to contain the entity in the lake." Ms. Winters' expression didn't change. "Then you understand the gravity of the situation. This isn't some ghost story or urban legend. What lives in that lake has been there since before European settlers arrived. It's patient, intelligent, and growing stronger." "The ledger mentioned the containment is failing," I said. "What happens when it breaks completely?" Ms. Winters sighed heavily, suddenly looking every one of her years and more. "First, the water will rise. The lake will expand beyond its natural boundaries. Then it will begin to spread its influence. Dreams at first, calling to people for miles around. Those who answer the call will walk into the water voluntarily, adding to its mass. Eventually it won't need the water at all. It will be able to extend itself onto land." The horror of this scenario struck us both silent. It wasn't just Camp Evergreen at risk, but potentially the entire region. "How long?" Josephine finally asked. "At the current rate of deterioration, by next summer the containment will fail completely." Ms. Winters leaned forward. "That's why we've been researching alternatives, ways to strengthen the ward stones or other solutions. Sacrifices," I said flatly, "like the indigenous people used to do." Ms. Winters didn't deny it. "Voluntary ones if possible, those already marked by the lake, who carry a piece of it within them, like me." The implication stunned us. "You're planning to sacrifice yourself?" Josephine asked. "I've been preparing for it for years," Ms. Winters confirmed, "strengthening my connection to the entity, learning its patterns, its weaknesses, such as they are. When the time comes, I'll offer myself willingly. It may buy another decade of containment." "Or it might make it stronger," I countered. "If you're already partially merged with it, your sacrifice could be exactly what it needs to break free completely." Doubt flickered across Ms. Winters' face. "That's a possibility we've considered, but the alternatives are worse." "There has to be another way," Josephine insisted. "Something in the camp's history or in the indigenous lore about the lake." Ms. Winters was quiet for a moment, studying us both. "There is one account. From the 1800s, when the first European settlers came to this area. A traveling preacher claimed to have confronted the entity and driven it deeper into the lake, weakening it temporarily." "How?" I pressed, desperate for any solution that didn't involve human sacrifice. "The account is fragmented. Something about purification through sacred flame and binding the water with earth and air. Most likely religious symbolism rather than literal instructions. Ms. Winters shook her head. We've tried everything over the years. Fire, chemicals, even explosives placed strategically around the lake. Nothing affects it. But something in her words had triggered a memory. Mr. Harmon's careful explanation of the lake's unusual hydrology and underground springs. The springs, I said suddenly. The underwater currents. That's how it spreads its influence, isn't it? Through the water system beneath the lake. Iris finally looked at us, her expression a mixture of fear and resignation. You don't understand what you're dealing with. Neither of you do. She lowered her voice. Just go home. Forget about this place. Forget what you saw. Like you've forgotten the girls it's taken? I challenged. Something flashed in Iris's eyes, anger, or perhaps guilt. We remember everyone, she said quietly. Their names are carved on the stones that keep that thing from spreading beyond the lake. Their sacrifice protects countless others. This confirmation of our worst suspicions left us momentarily speechless. Iris used our silence to retreat, pausing at the door. 20 minutes. Be ready. After she left, Josephine and I dressed quickly, both processing what we'd learned. We need to see those stones, Josephine said, as she pulled on the camp-issued sweatshirt. The complete circle of them. Maybe there's a way to strengthen the containment without more sacrifices. Or a way to destroy the entity entirely, I added. If there was, don't you think they would have done it by now? Ms. Winters has been trapped here for 23 years. She's had every reason to find a solution. She had a point. Whatever lived in the lake had resisted all attempts to destroy it for centuries. Even the indigenous people had eventually abandoned the area rather than continue fighting it. Then what do we do? I asked. Josephine zipped her backpack, which still contained the stolen ledger. First, we play along. Let them think we're cooperating. Then, before our parents arrive, we find those ward stones and see for ourselves what we're dealing with. Breakfast was a tense affair. The other campers watched us curiously as we entered the dining hall with Iris. Rumors had clearly spread about our nighttime adventure, though I doubted anyone had guessed the truth. Samantha approached our table, concern evident on her face. Are you okay? Everyone's saying you went swimming in the middle of the night and nearly drowned. We're fine, I assured her, attempting a casual tone. Just did something stupid. Our parents are coming to get us later. Both of you. But camp just started, Samantha protested. Can't you talk to Ms. Winters? Explain it was just a mistake? If only she knew how impossible that was. It's complicated, I said. I'll call you when I get home. Explain everything. Though I had no intention of telling Samantha the truth. Some knowledge was too dangerous, too burdensome. Let her enjoy her summer, unaware of what lurked beneath the placid surface of Evergreen Lake. After breakfast, Iris escorted us to Ms. Winters' office in the main lodge. The camp director sat behind a large oak desk, looking as if she hadn't slept. The strange mottling on her skin seemed more pronounced in the morning light, extending visibly up her neck. Your parents will be here in a few hours, she began without preamble. Until then, you'll remain under supervision. No wandering, no talking to other campers about what happened last night. We know about the ward stones, Josephine said, repeating what we'd told Iris. We know you've been using them to contain the entity in the lake. Ms. Winters' expression didn't change. Then you understand the gravity of the situation. This isn't some ghost story or urban legend. What lives in that lake has been there since before European settlers arrived. It's patient, intelligent, and growing stronger. The ledger mentioned the containment is failing, I said. What happens when it breaks completely? Ms. Winters sighed heavily, suddenly looking every one of her years and more. First, the water will rise. The lake will expand beyond its natural boundaries. Then it will begin to spread its influence. Dreams at first, calling to people for miles around. Those who answer the call will walk into the water voluntarily, adding to its mass. Eventually it won't need the water at all. It will be able to extend itself onto land. The horror of this scenario struck us both silent. It wasn't just Camp Evergreen at risk, but potentially the entire region. How long? Josephine finally asked. At the current rate of deterioration, by next summer the containment will fail completely. Ms. Winters leaned forward. That's why we've been researching alternatives, ways to strengthen the ward stones or other solutions. Sacrifices, I said flatly, like the indigenous people used to do. Ms. Winters didn't deny it. Voluntary ones if possible, those already marked by the lake, who carry a piece of it within them, like me. The implication stunned us. You're planning to sacrifice yourself? Josephine asked. I've been preparing for it for years, Ms. Winters confirmed, strengthening my connection to the entity, learning its patterns, its weaknesses, such as they are. When the time comes, I'll offer myself willingly. It may buy another decade of containment. Or it might make it stronger, I countered. If you're already partially merged with it, your sacrifice could be exactly what it needs to break free completely. Doubt flickered across Ms. Winters' face. That's a possibility we've considered, but the alternatives are worse. There has to be another way, Josephine insisted. Something in the camp's history or in the indigenous lore about the lake. Ms. Winters was quiet for a moment, studying us both. There is one account from the 1800s, when the first European settlers came to this area. A traveling preacher claimed to have confronted the entity and driven it deeper into the lake, weakening it temporarily. How? I pressed, desperate for any solution that didn't involve human sacrifice. The account is fragmented. Something about purification through sacred flame and binding the water with earth and air. Most likely religious symbolism rather than literal instructions. Ms. Winters shook her head. We've tried everything over the years. Fire, chemicals, even explosives placed strategically around the lake. Nothing affects it. But something in her words had triggered a memory. Mr. Harmon's careful explanation of the lake's unusual hydrology and underground springs. The springs, I said suddenly, the underwater currents, that's how it spreads its influence, isn't it? Through the water system beneath the lake. Ms. Winters looked surprised at my insight. Yes. The entity isn't confined to the lake itself. It extends through the underground water table. The ward stones create a perimeter that prevents it from expanding further, but they don't affect the deep connections. So to truly contain it, you'd need to cut off those underground connections, Josephine reasoned. Seal the springs somehow. Precisely what we've been unable to do, Ms. Winters confirmed. We've consulted geologists, hydrologists, discreetly, of course. The spring system is too extensive, too deep. We'd need to essentially restructure the entire lakebed. An idea was forming in my mind, an impossible, dangerous idea that nonetheless felt right. What if you didn't need to seal every spring? What if you just needed to change what flows through them? Both Josephine and Ms. Winters looked at me questioningly. The entity is water-based, I continued, thinking aloud. Everything we've seen suggests it needs water to maintain its form and influence. What if we introduce something into the spring system that would make the water inhospitable to it? We've tried chemicals, Ms. Winters reminded me. Industrial-strength compounds that would have killed any natural organism. The entity simply absorbed them, incorporated them into itself. Not chemicals, I said. Something elemental, something natural that opposes water. Understanding dawned on Josephine's face. Fire. Not literal flames, but its essence. Heat. The geothermal vents, Ms. Winters breathed, her eyes widening. There's a dormant geothermal system beneath this region. It's why the lake never freezes, even in the deepest winter. If those vents could be activated somehow, I suggested, the increased heat might drive the entity back, weaken it enough that the ward stones could fully contain it again. Ms. Winters was already moving, pulling old maps and geological surveys from a cabinet behind her desk. The original camp builders considered using the geothermal energy for heating, but abandoned the idea as too costly. The surveys should still be here. She spread several yellowed documents across her desk. We gathered around, examining diagrams of the lake and the surrounding geological features. One map, dated 1962, showed the network of springs feeding into the lake, with several larger ones marked in red. These are the main intake points, Ms. Winters explained, pointing to the red markings. If we could introduce enough heat here, here, and here, it might create a natural barrier. How do we activate dormant geothermal vents? Josephine asked, the practical question bringing us back to reality. Ms. Winters straightened, a new determination in her bearing. There are methods, drilling, hydraulic stimulation, but they require specialized equipment, expertise, and time, I added, which we don't have. Our parents will be here in a few hours. Leave that to me, Ms. Winters said with surprising resolve. I can delay them, create some excuse about road closures or administrative procedures. Josephine looked skeptical. Why are you suddenly willing to help us? You were ready to send us home and continue with your sacrifice plan. Ms. Winters' expression softened slightly. Because in 23 years, you're the first to suggest something we haven't tried, something that addresses the root of the problem rather than just containing its symptoms. She moved to her desk phone and dialed a number. Mr. Harmon, meet me in my office immediately and bring the old geological equipment from Storage Shed 3. After hanging up, she turned back to us. If we're going to do this, we need to move quickly. The entity will sense what we're attempting. It will try to stop us. How? I asked, suddenly fearful. It's confined to the lake. Its physical form is, Ms. Winters corrected, but its influence extends further. It can affect weather patterns near the lake, manipulate local wildlife, and, she hesitated, work through those it has marked. She rolled up her sleeve again, revealing the mottled skin beneath. Like me, part of me belongs to it already. If it senses a true threat, it might be able to override my resistance. Then we need help, Josephine declared. People who haven't been marked, who can continue if you're compromised. Ms. Winters nodded reluctantly. Mr. Harmon has remained relatively unaffected. He never enters the water. And there's Mrs. Bennett. She joined us only 2 years ago, primarily to help research potential solutions. What about Iris and the other counselors? I asked. To varying degrees, all the long-term staff have been influenced. It's unavoidable when you spend years near the lake. But some have developed more resistance than others. The door opened, and Mr. Harmon entered, carrying a large metal case. His weathered face registered surprise at seeing us, then understanding as he took in the maps spread across the desk. You're going to attempt stimulation, he stated, rather than asked. Ms. Winters nodded. These two have provided insight we've been missing. We need to target the main springs, introduce enough heat to drive the entity back and weaken its hold. Mr. Harmon set down the case and opened it, revealing an array of sophisticated equipment, drilling attachments, measuring devices, and what appeared to be small explosive charges. These were left by the Geological Survey team in the 70s, he explained, noticing my alarmed expression. Controlled charges designed to open blocked thermal vents. We considered using them years ago, but couldn't determine the correct placement points. The ward stones, Josephine said suddenly. They must be positioned at key points around the lake, places where the entity's influence is strongest. Ms. Winters looked impressed. Yes, they correspond to the main spring outlets. Then that's where we place the charges, I concluded. Not to destroy the ward stones, but to use their positions as guides for accessing the underground system. As Mr. Harmon and Ms. Winters began discussing technical details, I felt a strange sensation, a pressure behind my eyes, accompanied by a faint humming that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. From Josephine's pained expression, I could tell she felt it too. It knows, I whispered to her. It's aware of what we're planning. Outside, the weather was changing rapidly. The clear morning sky had darkened with ominous clouds that seemed to gather directly over the lake. A wind had risen, bending the trees along the shoreline. We need to move quickly, Ms. Winters announced, gathering the maps. Mr. Harmon, assemble a team. Mrs. Bennett, Iris if you think she's strong enough, and Max from maintenance. Tell them only what they absolutely need to know. What about us? Josephine asked. Ms. Winters hesitated. You should remain here, where it's safer. No, I said firmly. We discovered this solution. We're seeing it through. And Andrea was my aunt, Josephine added. I have a right to be there if there's any chance of freeing her from that thing. After a moment's consideration, Ms. Winters nodded. Very well. But you follow instructions precisely. No heroics, no deviations from the plan. Understood? We both agreed, though I wondered if any plan could truly prepare us for confronting the entity again. As we exited the office, the wind outside had strengthened to a gale, and distant thunder rolled across the sky. The lake, visible through the lodge windows, was no longer still. Its surface roiled with waves that seemed to move against the wind, as if something enormous was stirring in its depths. The storm intensified as our small group made its way toward the lake. Wind whipped through the trees, sending branches crashing to the ground around us. The sky had darkened to an unnatural shade of green-black, and lightning flashed directly over the water with increasing frequency. "It's fighting back," Ms. Winters shouted over the wind. "The entity controls the local weather patterns when threatened." Our group consisted of 7 people: Ms. Winters, Mr. Harmon, Mrs. Bennett, Max, a burly maintenance worker, Iris, Josephine, and myself. We carried equipment distributed among waterproof backpacks, drilling attachments, the small explosive charges, and various measuring devices. Mr. Harmon led us not to the main dock, but to a less-used trail that circled the lake. "We need to access all 12 wardstones," he explained. "They form a complete perimeter around the water." The first stone was located in a small clearing about 50 yards from the shore. It appeared unremarkable at first glance, just a rough boulder about waist-high. But as we approached, I could see the elaborate symbols carved into its surface: concentric circles, radiating lines, and strange angular glyphs that seemed to shift when viewed directly. More striking was the name carved at the stone's base: Andrea Walsh. Josephine stopped abruptly upon seeing it. "You used her name," she said to Ms. Winters, accusation in her voice. "You bound her to this place even after death." "Not my choice," Ms. Winters replied grimly. "The stones draw power from connection. Names have power, especially the names of those the entity has claimed. They help maintain the barrier." Mr. Harmon had already begun setting up equipment, unfazed by the increasingly violent weather. He attached a narrow drill bit to a portable motor and began carefully boring into the ground beside the stone. "The ward stones are positioned directly above the main spring outlets," Ms. Winters explained as we watched. "We need to create access points approximately 15 feet deep to reach the water channels." The drill made surprisingly quick progress through the soil and underlying rock. Once it reached the desired depth, Mr. Harmon withdrew it and prepared one of the small cylindrical charges. "These are designed for geological work," he assured us, noting our nervous expressions. "Highly directed, minimal collateral impact. They'll create fissures that allow the deeper geothermal heat to rise into the spring channels." As he lowered the charge into the hole, a horrific screeching sound cut through the storm's noise. It came from the lake, a sound no natural creature could make, like metal tearing combined with 1,000 voices crying out in unison. The water began to rise visibly, swelling toward the shore in defiance of natural tides or wind patterns. A thick mist formed above its surface, rapidly spreading toward us. "It's extending itself," Ms. Winters warned. "Everyone stay back from the water's edge." Mr. Harmon finished setting the first charge and activated its timer. 10 minutes, he announced. "We need to move quickly to the next position." We hurried along the trail to the second ward stone, fighting against wind that seemed deliberately intent on pushing us toward the encroaching water. The mist had reached the shoreline now, advancing through the trees like seeking tendrils. The second stone bore another name: Eleanor Price, 2007. One of the 3 victims Ms. Winters had mentioned from her 23 years at the camp. Mr. Harmon repeated the drilling process while Max and Mrs. Bennett kept watch on the approaching mist. "If it touches you, don't panic," Ms. Winters instructed. "It's attempting to establish connection, to access your thoughts. Focus on something concrete, a memory, a name, a simple counting pattern. Don't let your mind wander." As if summoned by her warning, the mist surged forward suddenly, enveloping our group before we could retreat. It was warm and thick, clinging to skin and clothes with unnatural persistence. And within it I heard voices. Whispers at first, then clearer communications. "Join us. Be part of something greater. No more pain. No more fear. Only belonging. The voices were seductive, promising peace and acceptance. I found myself taking an involuntary step toward the lake, drawn by their hypnotic quality. "Focus!" Ms. Winters shouted, her voice seeming to come from a great distance. "Ground yourselves!" With tremendous effort, I pulled my thoughts back, concentrating on a simple multiplication table. 2 times 2 is 4, 4 times 2 is 8. Anything to drown out the enticing whispers. Not everyone was successful. Iris had begun walking steadily toward the water, her eyes glazed and unfocused. Max lunged forward, grabbing her arm and physically restraining her. "Finished," Mr. Harmon announced, activating the second charge. "Next location, quickly." We moved as a group, supporting those who struggled against the entity's influence. The mist followed, thickening around us. Through breaks in the fog, I could see the lake water had risen several feet, now lapping at areas of the camp that should have been well above the shoreline. The third ward stone bore the name Maria Gonzalez, 2013. The fourth, Samuel Winters. Josephine noticed the last name immediately. "A relative?" she asked Miss Winters. "My husband," the camp director replied, her voice hollow. "He came looking for me after I couldn't leave. The entity took him instead." This revelation cast Ms. Winters' decades-long vigil in a new light. She hadn't just been trapped here by the mark on her skin. She'd been bound by grief and guilt as well. By the sixth stone, the first charge detonated. The ground shook beneath our feet, and from the direction of the first ward stone, a plume of steam erupted. A moment later, an unearthly howl rose from the lake, the entity's response to the first successful geothermal breach. "It's working," Mrs. Bennett confirmed, checking readings on a thermometer-like device. "Water temperature at the first spring is rising rapidly." The entity's reaction was immediate and violent. The mist around us congealed, becoming almost solid in consistency. It pressed against us from all sides, seeking entry through every available opening. Nostrils, mouths, even the pores of our skin. Ms. Winters suddenly collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Her skin rippled as if something moved beneath it, and when she opened her eyes, they were completely black. "You cannot stop what has always been," she said, her voice overlaid with countless others speaking in unison. "This vessel has served us faithfully. Now all of you will join the collective." Mr. Harmon reacted without hesitation, dragging Ms. Winters away from the equipment as she thrashed and clawed at him. "Continue the work," he shouted to Max and Mrs. Bennett. "Complete the circle." The second charge detonated, then the third in quick succession. Each blast sent more steam rising from the ground, and with each release the entity's howls grew more desperate. We pushed forward through the mist, completing the preparations at each ward stone. My lungs burned from the effort of filtering the thick air, and my skin crawled with the sensation of countless invisible fingers probing for weakness. Josephine stayed close beside me, her face set in grim determination. "3 more," she encouraged as we reached the 10th stone. "We're almost there." The lake had risen to unprecedented levels, flooding much of the camp. From our elevated position on the trail, we could see cabins partially submerged, the main dock completely underwater. The entity was throwing its full might against us, using the very element it controlled as a weapon. As Max finished drilling at the 11th stone, a massive surge of water burst from the lake, forming into a towering column that defied physics and gravity. At its center was a shape, a grotesque amalgamation of human features, partially formed and constantly shifting. Multiple limbs extended from a central mass, and faces pressed outward from within, mouths open in silent screams. Among them, I recognized the face I'd seen beneath my canoe. Young, female, with an expression of eternal torment. Andrea Walsh, or what remained of her. "Andrea!" Josephine cried out, taking an involuntary step toward the apparition. "It's not her." I grabbed Josephine's arm, pulling her back. "Not anymore. It's using her image to manipulate you." The water column surged forward, sweeping across the ground toward us. Mr. Harmon shouted a warning, but too late. The leading edge engulfed Max before he could retreat. We watched in horror as he was lifted off his feet, his body seeming to dissolve into the churning mass. "The charge!" Mrs. Bennett screamed. "It's still in his hand!" Indeed, the final explosive was clutched in Max's partially subsumed fist as the entity absorbed him. If we couldn't retrieve it, or activate it, our entire plan would fail at the final step. Without thinking, I lunged forward, reaching into the water column for the charge. The liquid felt alive, clinging to my arm with conscious malevolence. Faces pressed against my skin. Max is among them now, his features already blurring as he was assimilated into the collective. My fingers brushed against the metal cylinder. With a supreme effort, I closed my hand around it and yanked backward. The entity resisted, pulling against me. For a terrible moment, I felt myself being drawn inward, my consciousness beginning to fragment as hundreds of voices crowded into my mind. Then Josephine was beside me, her arms around my waist, pulling with all her strength. Together, we tore free, falling backward onto solid ground with the charge clutched in my burning hand. Mr. Harmon didn't waste a moment. He grabbed the device, rushed to the 11th drilling site, and dropped it in, activating the timer. "Final position," he shouted, already moving toward the 12th wardstone. The entity's water column collapsed, splashing back to the ground but immediately beginning to reform. We ran the final 100 yards to the last stone, which stood atop a small rise overlooking the lake. This stone was different from the others, larger, more elaborately carved, and bearing no single name. Instead, it was covered with dozens of names, dates stretching back centuries. At its base, a small depression had been carved out, lined with metal that gleamed dully in the stormlight. "The Master Stone," Mrs. Bennett explained as Mr. Harmon began drilling. "The focal point of the entire containment system. The 12 stones form a circle, but this one channels their energy." The 11th charge detonated, and the entity's scream reached a new pitch of rage and pain. The water column had reformed, larger than before, surging toward our position with frightening speed. "It knows what we're doing," Mrs. Bennett said, her voice surprisingly calm. "It will throw everything it has at us now." Mr. Harmon finished drilling and prepared to place the final charge. As he reached for the detonator, the ground beneath us trembled violently. A fissure opened between him and the hole, nearly swallowing him before he leaped clear. "I can't reach it," he shouted as the crack widened. The water column was almost upon us, its leading edge morphing into grasping hands and snarling mouths. Within its mass, I could now see not just Andrea and Max, but Ms. Winters as well, her form distorted but recognizable among the countless others. Josephine stepped forward, the final charge in her hand. She had retrieved it when Mr. Harmon dropped it. "I'll do it," she said, determination in every line of her body. "For Andrea." Before anyone could stop her, she leaped across the widening fissure, landing precariously on the other side. The entity surged forward, water crashing around her legs as she knelt by the drill hole. "Josephine!" I screamed, watching in horror as the water began to creep up her body. She looked back at me one last time, a sad smile on her face. "Tell my mother what really happened," she called. "Tell her Andrea wasn't alone." With that, she dropped the charge into the hole and pressed the detonator. The entity's water engulfed her completely, just as the ground beneath the Master Stone erupted in a geyser of steam and superheated water. The effect was immediate and catastrophic for the entity. A chain reaction spread from the Master Stone to each of the 11 other sites, creating a circle of roaring geysers around the lake. The water column collapsed entirely, unable to maintain cohesion as the temperature rose. From the lake itself came a sound unlike anything I'd ever heard. Not rage or pain, but something more complex. It reminded me of ice cracking on a frozen pond, multiplied 1,000-fold. The surface of the water began to literally fracture, as if it were a solid mass breaking apart. Steam rose in massive clouds, obscuring our view of the lake and most of the camp. The wind, which had been howling around us, stopped abruptly, leaving an eerie silence broken only by the hissing of the geysers and the continuing crack of the lake's surface. When the steam finally cleared enough for us to see, the lake had changed fundamentally. Its water level had dropped dramatically, revealing long submerged features of the lakebed. But more significantly, the water itself had changed. No longer the unnaturally clear, dark blue it had been, but a cloudy, mineral-rich turquoise typical of geothermal pools. Where Josephine had stood, there was no sign remaining. The Master Stone had cracked down the middle, its elaborate carvings disrupted but still partially legible. Mr. Harmon approached it cautiously, testing the ground with each step. It worked, he said in disbelief. The geothermal activation created a natural barrier the entity couldn't overcome, the heat. It forced it deeper, away from its sources of power. Is it destroyed? I asked, my voice raw from screaming Josephine's name. Mrs. Bennet shook her head. Not destroyed. Contained. Perhaps permanently this time. She pointed to the fractured lake surface. What you're seeing is its physical form breaking apart, losing cohesion. Without access to new material, it can't maintain itself. I understood what she meant by material. People, victims like Andrea and Max, and now Josephine. The thought made me sick with grief and rage. And the others? The people it took? Are they released, I believe? Mrs. Bennet said gently. Not restored. That would be impossible after assimilation. But freed from the collective consciousness that bound them to the entity. I stared at the transformed lake, wanting to believe her but consumed by the knowledge of Josephine's sacrifice. She had given her life to end this horror, to free her aunt's spirit and prevent more victims. In the days that followed, as authorities tried to make sense of the natural disaster that had struck Camp Evergreen, I maintained the fiction that Josephine and I had simply been caught in a sudden storm and geological event. That Josephine had been swept away by floodwaters. That the strange lights and sounds reported by other campers were lightning and thunder. The camp closed permanently. The official explanation cited geological instability and unexpected thermal activity, rendering the site unsafe. Most of the staff disappeared quietly, moving on to other jobs in distant places. Mr. Harmon remained to oversee the demolition of the remaining structures and implementation of a permanent restricted zone around the lake. I returned home, carrying the truth with me like a physical weight. I kept my promise to Josephine, visiting her mother to explain what had really happened to Andrea and to her daughter. Whether she believed me or not, I couldn't say. But the letter I received months later, thanking me for giving her closure after so many years of uncertainty, suggested that on some level, she accepted the truth. Sometimes in my dreams, I still see Josephine's face in that final moment, not afraid, but resolute. I see Andrea too, and others I never knew, their features gradually separating from the grotesque collective, finding peace as they dissolved not into the entity, but into freedom. The lake remains cordoned off, classified as a geological hazard zone. Satellite images show it has continued to change, becoming smaller and more obviously geothermal in nature. Scientists study it from a distance, puzzled by its rapid transformation but unwilling to approach too closely. They report that the water temperature remains unusually high, that wildlife avoids the area, that instruments malfunction when placed too near the shore. What they don't report, what they can't measure, is the absence. The lake is just a lake now. The weight of malevolence that hung over it for centuries has lifted. The hungry presence that waited in its depths has retreated to some place we can't reach. I know this because I visited once, a year after it happened. Standing at the edge of the restricted zone, I felt nothing calling to me. No whispers, no unsettling awareness of being watched. Just the ordinary sounds of wind through trees and water lapping at a rocky shore. Before leaving, I placed flowers on the fractured master stone, not just for Josephine and Andrea, but for all those whose names were carved into its surface. The victims and the guardians, the sacrificed and the saved. The entity may not be destroyed, may never be truly gone, but it is contained, weakened, pushed back to whatever dark place spawned it. And if someday it begins to rise again, the knowledge of how to fight it remains, in my memories, in the geological records, in the truth I've preserved. Some nightmares can't be defeated entirely, but they can be faced, understood, and ultimately contained. I haven't been swimming since that summer. I probably never will again. Some fears mark you permanently, become part of who you are. But I've learned to live with the memories, to use them as a reminder of both human fragility and strength. Of how much we risk when we ignore the warnings of the past, and how much we can accomplish when we face our deepest fears together. The incident occurred in the summer of 2018. I was 31 then, and my boyfriend James was 33. We had been dating for 3 years, and this was meant to be our first romantic getaway to my family's cabin in northwestern Ontario. The timing couldn't have been more perfect. We had both managed to secure the same week off from our demanding jobs in Toronto, a rare occurrence that we decided to celebrate with a retreat to the wilderness. The cabin sits on a small island in Lake Mistral, roughly 45 minutes by winding gravel road from the nearest town of Thornbury. The property has been in my family for over 60 years, passed down from my grandfather, who built it himself in 1958. 23 cabins dot the shoreline of the lake, but they're spread so far apart that you can barely see your neighbors through the thick wall of pine, spruce, and birch trees that surround the water. The drive north was peaceful enough. James had never been this far into the Canadian wilderness, and I found myself playing tour guide, pointing out landmarks and sharing childhood memories. But as we turned onto the final stretch of road leading to the boat launch, I noticed something that made my stomach tighten. The usual summer bustle was absent. The parking area that should have been dotted with vehicles was nearly empty, just 2 dusty pickup trucks and a rusted sedan that looked like it hadn't moved in weeks. "Where is everyone?" James asked, voicing my own concern. "It's Wednesday," I replied, though I wasn't entirely convinced by my own explanation. Most people only come up on weekends. The boat launch itself felt wrong. The wooden dock, weathered gray by decades of harsh winters, creaked ominously under our feet as we loaded our supplies into the aluminum boat. The water was unusually still, like black glass reflecting the overcast sky. Not even the slightest ripple disturbed the surface, and the silence was so complete it felt oppressive. As I pulled the engine's starter cord, the motor's roar seemed to echo endlessly across the water, bouncing off the surrounding hills with an intensity that made both of us wince. The sound felt like an intrusion, a violation of something sacred and untouched. James gripped the sides of the boat as I navigated through the narrow channel between 2 small islands, his knuckles white against the worn aluminum. "God, it's quiet out here," he muttered, his voice barely audible over the engine. I nodded, but something deeper was bothering me. In all my years coming to this lake, I had never experienced this level of emptiness. There should have been loons calling, fish jumping, the distant sound of other boats. Instead, there was nothing but the mechanical drone of our engine and the gentle lap of water against the hull. The island came into view as we rounded the final bend. Our cabin, a modest A-frame structure with a wraparound deck, sat perched on a small hill overlooking the water. It should have been a welcoming sight, but something about its dark windows and motionless surroundings made it appear almost abandoned. The dock, usually sun-bleached and warm, looked gray and uninviting in the dim afternoon light. As we tied up the boat and began unloading our gear, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being observed. The tree line, thick with decades of growth, seemed to press closer to the cabin than I remembered. Dark gaps between the trunks created pockets of shadow so deep they appeared solid, impenetrable. I found myself glancing repeatedly at these spaces, expecting to see movement, but finding only more darkness. "You okay?" James asked, noticing my distraction. "Just tired from the drive," I lied, shouldering my backpack and heading up the steep path to the cabin. The key was hidden in its usual spot under the loose board on the deck. As I unlocked the door and stepped inside, the musty smell of a building that had been closed up for months hit me immediately. It was a familiar scent, a mixture of old wood, lake air, and the faint smokiness that never quite left the stone fireplace. But underneath these expected odors there was something else, something organic and unsettling that I couldn't quite identify. James appeared behind me, arms loaded with supplies. "Smells like my grandmother's attic," he said with a nervous laugh. I forced a smile and opened the windows to let in fresh air, but the breeze that entered felt cold despite the warm afternoon temperature. As I worked to air out the cabin, I noticed several things that struck me as odd. There were scratches on the windowsill of the main room that I didn't remember from previous visits, long parallel marks that looked almost like claw marks. The screen door had a tear in it that definitely wasn't there last season. Most disturbing of all, there were what appeared to be large footprints in the soft earth around the cabin's foundation, though they were too weathered to make out any distinct details. Probably just a bear, I told myself, but the prints seemed too large, too human-like in their stride pattern. We spent the rest of the afternoon settling in, unpacking our clothes, and preparing dinner. James seemed to relax as we fell into the routine of cabin life, but I remained on edge. Every creak of the old building, every rustle of leaves outside, every distant sound from the lake made me pause and listen. The isolation, that had always been one of my favorite aspects of this place, now felt threatening. As evening approached, the temperature dropped significantly. This was unusual for July, but I convinced myself it was just a cold front moving through. We built a fire in the stone fireplace and settled in for our first night, playing cards and sharing stories. James seemed genuinely happy, and I tried to mirror his mood, but I couldn't stop glancing at the dark windows. Around 11 o'clock, as we were preparing for bed, I heard it for the first time. A low, guttural sound that seemed to come from somewhere deep in the woods. It lasted only a few seconds, but it was unlike anything I had ever heard before. Not quite an animal sound, but not human either. Something in between. "What was that?" James asked, his card game forgotten. "Probably just a loon," I said quickly, though I knew it wasn't. Loons have a distinctive call that I had grown up hearing. This was something else entirely. We finished our game in relative silence, both of us straining to hear any repetition of the sound. When none came, we convinced ourselves it had been our imagination, or perhaps a distant truck on the mainland road. But as we settled into our beds in the back room, I found myself lying awake, listening to every sound the night offered. The cabin fell silent, except for the gentle lapping of water against the dock and the occasional creak of settling wood. James's breathing soon deepened into the steady rhythm of sleep, but rest would not come for me. Something was wrong with this place, something that went beyond the usual isolation and wilderness sounds I had grown accustomed to over the years. Outside, the darkness seemed absolute. Even with my eyes adjusted to the gloom, I could see nothing beyond the bedroom window. The blackness was so complete it felt solid, as if someone had hung a thick curtain just inches from the glass. I lay there for what felt like hours, my ears straining for any sound that might explain the growing dread that had settled in my chest. It was nearly 2 a.m. when I finally drifted off to sleep, but my dreams were filled with images of shapes moving through the trees, of eyes watching from the darkness, and of that strange, impossible sound echoing endlessly through the forest. Thursday morning arrived gray and humid, with low clouds hanging over the lake like a wet blanket. I woke feeling unrested, my body aching as if I had been running all night. James was already up, standing at the kitchen window with a cup of coffee, looking out at the water. "Sleep well?" he asked, though something in his voice suggested he already knew the answer. "Not really," I admitted, joining him at the window. "You?" "I kept hearing things," he said quietly. "Probably just the wind, but—" He didn't finish the sentence, but he didn't need to. I had heard them too. Soft sounds that might have been footsteps circling the cabin, the creak of the deck boards as if someone was testing each one carefully, the whisper of something moving through the tall grass that surrounded our clearing. The lake appeared different in the morning light. The water, which had been mirror-smooth the evening before, now showed signs of disturbance. Concentric circles rippled outward from various points, as if large objects had recently broken the surface. But there were no fish jumping, no ducks or other waterfowl that might explain the disturbance. "Maybe we should head back to town today," James suggested, his usual enthusiasm for outdoor adventures notably absent. I considered this seriously. Everything about this trip felt wrong, from the empty lake to the strange sounds, to the growing sense that we were not alone on the island. But I had been looking forward to this getaway for months, and the rational part of my mind insisted that we were simply letting our imaginations run wild. "Let's give it one more day," I said finally. "If we still feel weird about it tonight, we can leave in the morning." James nodded, but I could see the reluctance in his eyes. We decided to spend the day exploring the island, hoping that daylight and activity would dispel the unease that had settled over us. After breakfast, we packed a small lunch and set out on the network of overgrown trails that crisscrossed the island. The paths, which I had hiked countless times as a child, felt different now. Narrower somehow, more enclosed. The trees seemed to lean inward, their branches creating a canopy so thick that little sunlight reached the forest floor. The usual sounds of woodland life, bird songs, the chatter of squirrels, the rustle of small creatures in the underbrush, were absent. It was as if the entire ecosystem had gone into hiding. 20 minutes into our hike, we came across the first sign that we were not alone. Pressed into a patch of soft earth beside the trail was a footprint unlike anything I had ever seen. It was roughly the size and shape of a human foot, but longer and wider, with what appeared to be claw marks at the tips of the toes. The print was fresh, probably made within the last day or two. "Bear?" James asked, though his voice lacked conviction. I knelt down for a closer look, comparing the print to my own foot. It was at least twice as large and showed a stride pattern that suggested bipedal movement. Bears occasionally walk on their hind legs, but this print was too human-like for that explanation to satisfy me. "I don't think so," I said, my voice barely above a whisper. We found 3 more prints over the next 100 yards, each one clearer than the last. The final print was so detailed that I could make out individual toe marks and what appeared to be a heel impression. Whatever had made these tracks was heavy, probably weighing well over 200 pounds, and it had been moving deliberately along the same path we were now following. The trail led us to the highest point on the island, a rocky outcrop that offered a view of the entire lake and the surrounding forest. From this vantage point, we could see the other cabins scattered around the shoreline, but not a single one showed signs of occupancy. No boats at the docks, no lights in the windows, no smoke from chimneys. The entire lake appeared to be deserted except for us. "This is wrong," James said, voicing what we were both thinking. "Where is everyone?" I had no answer. In all my years coming to this lake, I had never seen it so completely empty. Even during the off-season, there were usually a few year-round residents who maintained their properties. The absence of any human activity felt ominous, as if everyone else knew something we didn't. We ate our lunch in silence, both of us scanning the tree line for any sign of movement. The forest remained still, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched. Several times I caught glimpses of what might have been a large shape moving between the trees, but each time I looked directly at the spot, there was nothing there. "We should go back," I said finally, the words coming out more forcefully than I had intended. James didn't argue. We packed up our remaining food and began the descent back to the cabin. But as we walked, I became increasingly aware that we were not alone on the trail. Behind us, perhaps 50 yards back, something was following. I could hear the soft pad of footsteps that seemed to match our pace, stopping when we stopped, resuming when we continued. I grabbed James's arm and whispered, "Don't look back, but I think something is following us." His body tensed, and I could see him fighting the urge to turn around. We increased our pace, but the footsteps behind us quickened as well. Whatever was back there was making no effort to hide its presence now. The sounds were deliberate, almost taunting. When we reached the cabin, we both ran the last 50 yards, not stopping until we were safely inside with the door locked behind us. Only then did we risk looking back toward the trail. The forest edge was empty, but the grass leading to the tree line was disturbed, as if something large had recently passed through it. "What do you think it was?" James asked, his face pale. I didn't answer because I didn't want to voice the terrifying possibility that was forming in my mind. Whatever had been following us was not a bear or any other animal I was familiar with. It was something else, something that moved with intelligence and purpose, something that understood it was hunting us. We spent the rest of the afternoon inside the cabin, periodically checking the windows for any sign of movement in the tree line. The silence outside was complete, more oppressive than any sound could have been. It felt like the calm before a storm, a held breath before something terrible happened. As evening approached, I began to consider James's earlier suggestion that we leave. Every instinct I possessed was screaming at me to get off this island, to put as much distance as possible between us and whatever was lurking in those woods. But the boat was tied up at the dock, and the idea of walking down that exposed path in the growing darkness felt even more terrifying than staying put. "We'll leave first thing in the morning," I promised James and myself, "as soon as there's enough light to navigate safely." But as the sun set and darkness began to creep across the lake, I had a sinking feeling that morning might be too late. Despite our growing unease, We decided to venture to the mainland the next day. The boat ride across the lake felt different from our arrival. The water, which had been glass smooth, now showed an odd choppiness despite the absence of wind. James handled the motor while I sat in the bow, constantly scanning the shoreline for any sign of movement. "Look at that," James called out, pointing to a stretch of beach near the boat launch. Long gouges in the sand led from the water's edge into the tree line, as if something massive had been dragged from the lake. The marks were too large and too deliberate to be natural, and they appeared fresh. Whatever had made them had done so recently, possibly during the night while we had been trying to sleep. We tied up the boat at the mainland dock with unusual care, making sure it was secure enough to withstand any disturbance. The parking area, which had been nearly empty when we arrived, was now completely deserted. The 2 pickup trucks and rusted sedan were gone, leaving only oil stains and tire tracks in the gravel. "Where did everyone go?" James asked, his voice tight with anxiety. I had no answer. It was as if the entire area had been evacuated while we slept. The absence of other people felt wrong, unnatural. Even the most remote locations usually showed some signs of human presence. Tire tracks, cigarette butts, discarded food wrappers. Here, there was nothing. We found the old logging road about half a mile from the boat launch, just as I remembered it from childhood visits. The entrance was partially blocked by a rusted gate that hung open on broken hinges. A weathered sign warned that the road was closed to vehicular traffic, but it said nothing about foot traffic. The road itself was in worse condition than I remembered. What had once been a gravel surface was now largely overgrown with weeds and small saplings. Deep ruts filled with stagnant water created obstacles every few hundred yards. The forest pressed in on both sides, creating a tunnel effect that blocked out most of the sky. "Are you sure this is safe?" James asked as we began our hike. "I used to come here as a kid," I replied, though I wasn't entirely convinced by my own words. "It's just an old logging road. People use it for berry picking." But as we walked deeper into the woods, I began to question my childhood memories. The road seemed to stretch much further than I remembered, and the forest on either side appeared denser, more impenetrable. The usual sounds of wildlife were absent, replaced by an oppressive silence that made our footsteps seem unnaturally loud. After an hour of hiking, we came across the first sign that we were not alone. A massive tree had fallen across the road, its trunk easily 4 feet in diameter. But this wasn't natural deadfall. The tree showed clear signs of having been deliberately pushed over. The root system was intact, and the trunk had been positioned in a way that completely blocked the path. "Storm damage?" James suggested, though his voice lacked conviction. I examined the tree more closely. There were no other signs of storm activity. No broken branches, no debris, no damage to the surrounding trees. This single tree had been toppled with surgical precision, as if someone or something had wanted to block access to the road. We managed to climb over the fallen trunk and continue our hike, but the incident had shaken both of us. The road beyond the tree was in even worse condition, with deep gouges in the earth that looked like they had been made by something heavy being dragged along the ground. 2 hours into our hike, we found a small clearing where we decided to stop for lunch. The space was roughly circular, surrounded by towering pines that blocked out most of the sky. In the center of the clearing was a ring of blackened stones that had obviously been used as a fire pit, though it looked like it hadn't been active for years. As we ate our sandwiches, I noticed something that made my blood freeze. Around the perimeter of the clearing, scratched into the bark of several trees, were marks that looked almost like symbols. They were too regular and deliberate to be natural, but they weren't quite recognizable as letters or numbers either. They had been carved deep into the wood, requiring considerable force and time. "James," I whispered, pointing to the nearest tree. He followed my gaze and went pale. "What do you think they mean?" "I don't know," I admitted, but the symbols filled me with a dread that I couldn't explain. They looked ancient, primitive, like some form of territorial marking or warning. We finished our lunch quickly and decided to turn back. The road ahead disappeared into thick forest, and neither of us felt comfortable venturing further into the unknown. But as we prepared to leave the clearing, I heard something that made my heart race. From somewhere deep in the woods, beyond the range of our vision, came a sound unlike anything I had ever heard. It started as a low rumble, almost like a growl, but it gradually rose in pitch until it became a howl that seemed to echo from multiple directions at once. The sound was neither fully animal nor human, but something in between, something that spoke of intelligence and malice. "What was that?" James whispered, his face drained of color. I didn't answer because I didn't know, and I was afraid that any sound might attract whatever had made that terrible noise. We stood frozen in the clearing, listening as the howl faded into silence. But the quiet that followed was worse than the sound itself. It was the silence of a predator that had located its prey. When we finally found the courage to move, we discovered that we were being followed. Behind us, perhaps 100 yards back, branches were snapping and leaves were rustling as something large moved through the underbrush. Whatever it was made no effort to hide its presence. If anything, it seemed to be announcing itself, letting us know that it was there. We quickened our pace, but the sounds behind us matched our speed. When we jogged, it jogged. When we slowed down, it slowed down. It was toying with us, demonstrating that it could catch us whenever it chose to do so. "Don't look back," I whispered to James, though I was fighting the same urge. "Just keep walking." But the temptation was overwhelming. As we reached the fallen tree that blocked the road, I couldn't resist a quick glance over my shoulder. What I saw made my legs go weak. Standing at the edge of the clearing we had just left was a shape that defied easy description. It was tall, at least 7 feet, and covered in dark hair or fur. But it stood upright like a human, and its eyes, God, its eyes, reflected the dim forest light like mirrors. For a moment, those eyes locked with mine, and I saw something there that was far more terrifying than any wild animal. I saw intelligence, calculation, and something that looked disturbingly like amusement. "Run," I whispered to James, and we both scrambled over the fallen tree and began sprinting down the road. Behind us, the creature let out another of those terrible howls, but this time it was closer, much closer. We ran harder than I had ever run in my life, our feet pounding against the broken pavement as branches whipped at our faces and arms. The sounds of pursuit grew louder, not just footsteps now, but the crash of something large moving through the forest parallel to the road. We didn't stop running until we reached the boat launch, and even then, we only paused long enough to untie the boat and push off from the dock. As James yanked the starter cord, I looked back at the tree line and saw movement in the shadows. Whatever had been following us was still there, watching from the safety of the forest. The boat engine roared to life, and we sped across the lake toward our island sanctuary. But as we reached the middle of the water, I realized with growing horror that we might not be heading toward safety at all. We might be heading toward a trap. The boat ride back to the island felt like an eternity. Every shadow on the water's surface looked like something moving beneath us, and I found myself constantly checking behind us to make sure we weren't being followed. The forest on both sides of the lake seemed to press closer, creating the illusion that the water was narrowing, funneling us toward some predetermined destination. James's hand shook as he steered the boat, and I could see the terror in his eyes. Neither of us spoke about what we had seen on the logging road. The creature, for lack of a better word, had been too impossible, too outside the realm of normal experience to discuss rationally. But it had been real. We had both seen it, and we both knew that it had been following us. As we approached our island, I noticed immediately that something was wrong. The cabin, which we had left with all the windows closed and doors locked, now showed signs of disturbance. The screen door hung partially open, moving gently in the breeze. One of the bedroom windows was open, though I was certain we had secured it before leaving. "Did we leave that window open?" James asked, his voice barely audible over the engine noise. "No," I replied, feeling my stomach drop. "We closed everything." We tied up the boat with unusual care, both of us reluctant to leave the relative safety of the water. The dock, which had felt solid and welcoming when we first arrived, now seemed exposed and vulnerable. The wooden planks creaked ominously under our feet, and I couldn't shake the feeling that we were being watched from the tree line. The path up to the cabin had been disturbed. Large footprints, the same ones we had seen on the logging road, were pressed into the soft earth, leading from the water's edge directly to our front door. But these prints were different from the ones we had found earlier. These were deeper, more deliberate, as if whatever had made them had been carrying something heavy. "It was here," James whispered, staring at the footprints. While we were gone, it was here. I nodded, unable to speak. The implications were terrifying. Whatever that creature was, it had intelligence enough to know that we had left the island. It had used our absence to explore our temporary home, to learn about us, to perhaps prepare for our return. We approached the cabin with extreme caution, James grabbing a heavy piece of driftwood from the shore to use as a weapon. The front door was still locked, but the frame showed scratches where something had tested the strength of the wood. The screen door's mesh was torn in several places, as if large claws had raked across it. Inside, the cabin looked largely undisturbed, but there were subtle signs that someone or something had been there. A chair had been moved slightly. Cabinet doors that we had left closed were now ajar. Most disturbing of all, there was a smell, the same organic, unsettling odor I had detected when we first arrived, but now it was stronger, more concentrated. "We need to leave," James said, his voice tight with fear. "Right now." I wanted to agree, but the sun was already beginning to set, and the idea of navigating the lake in darkness felt even more dangerous than staying put. The creature had demonstrated that it could move through the forest as easily as we could move through our own home. If it could reach this island, it could certainly reach the mainland. "We'll leave first thing in the morning," I promised, "as soon as there's enough light." But as darkness fell over the lake, I began to question whether we would survive the night. The creature had been in our cabin. It knew where we slept, where we ate, where we felt safest. It had studied us, learned our routines, prepared for whatever it planned to do next. We barricaded the doors with furniture and checked every window to ensure they were locked. The bedroom window, the one that had been mysteriously opened, showed scratches on the sill that looked like they had been made by claws. Something had been trying to get in, or perhaps had already been inside and was trying to get out. "Maybe we should take turns keeping watch," James suggested. I agreed, though I doubted either of us would be able to sleep. The cabin, which had always been my sanctuary, now felt like a trap. The walls that had once provided security now seemed thin and vulnerable. Every creak of the old building, every gust of wind against the windows, every distant sound from the lake made us both freeze and listen. Around 10 o'clock, as we sat in the main room with all the lights on, we heard the first sound from outside. It was a scratching noise, like claws being dragged across wood. The sound moved slowly around the perimeter of the cabin, as if something was testing each wall, each window, each potential entry point. "It's circling the cabin," James whispered, his face pale in the lamplight. I nodded, too terrified to speak. The scratching continued for nearly an hour, sometimes stopping directly outside a window, sometimes moving to the deck where the footsteps were clearly audible on the wooden planks. Whatever was out there was taking its time, studying the building, learning its weaknesses. Then, suddenly, the sound stopped. The silence that followed was worse than any noise could have been. We sat frozen, straining to hear any indication of where the creature had gone. Minutes passed, then hours. But the quiet persisted, so complete that it felt unnatural. "Maybe it's gone," James said hopefully. I wanted to believe him, but something told me that the creature was still there, still watching, still waiting. It had learned patience, had developed a strategy. It was no longer simply following us, it was hunting us. At midnight, we heard the first sounds from the roof. Heavy footsteps moved across the metal surface, each step deliberate and careful. The creature was directly above us, separated only by a few inches of wood and insulation. I could hear it moving from one end of the cabin to the other, as if it was mapping the layout from above. "God help us," James whispered. The footsteps stopped directly over the bedroom where we would normally be sleeping. Something heavy settled onto the roof, and we could hear a scraping sound as if the creature was using its claws to test the strength of the metal. For several minutes, it remained motionless, and I had the terrifying thought that it might be listening to us, learning our location by the sound of our breathing. Then, without warning, the footsteps resumed, moving toward the edge of the roof. We heard the creature descend, not down a ladder or along the walls, but in a single leap that shook the entire cabin. It had jumped from the roof to the ground, a distance of at least 12 feet, and landed with the grace of something that had made similar leaps countless times before. The silence that followed was absolute. We waited, barely breathing, for any sound that might indicate where the creature had gone, but there was nothing. It had vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving us alone with our terror and the growing certainty that it would return. We spent the rest of the night huddled together on the couch, taking turns at fitful sleep while the other kept watch. But dawn felt like it would never come, and I began to wonder if we would live to see another sunrise. Dawn arrived gray and cold, with a thick mist rising from the lake that reduced visibility to barely 50 feet. The fog seemed to cling to the island, creating an otherworldly atmosphere that made familiar landmarks appear strange and threatening. James and I had managed perhaps 2 hours of sleep between us, and we both looked haggard and exhausted. "We're leaving as soon as this fog lifts," I announced, though my voice lacked conviction. James nodded, but we both knew that the mist showed no signs of dissipating. If anything, it seemed to be growing thicker, as if the lake itself was conspiring to keep us trapped on the island. The water was invisible beyond the dock, and the mainland had disappeared entirely behind the gray veil. We spent the morning preparing for our departure, packing our belongings and securing the cabin. But as we worked, I became increasingly aware that we were being watched. The fog provided perfect camouflage for whatever was out there, and I caught glimpses of movement in the white curtain that surrounded us. "There," James whispered, pointing toward the tree line. "Did you see that?" I looked but saw only shifting mist and shadows, but I trusted his instincts. We had both developed a heightened awareness of our surroundings that bordered on the supernatural. Something was out there, moving through the fog, circling our position like a predator sizing up its prey. The boat sat at the dock like a lifeline, but the idea of navigating the lake in zero visibility was terrifying. We could easily become lost, run aground, or worse, encounter whatever was hunting us in the open water where we would have no chance of escape. We wait for the fog to clear, I decided. We don't have a choice. But as the morning progressed, it became clear that the mist was not natural. It maintained a consistent thickness and showed no signs of being affected by the breeze or the warming sun. We were trapped, and whatever was out there knew it. The first direct confrontation came around noon. I was standing at the kitchen window, watching the fog for any sign of movement, when a massive shape materialized just beyond the glass. For a moment, I found myself face to face with the creature, separated only by a thin pane of glass and a few inches of space. It was even more terrifying up close. The face was vaguely human but distorted, with features that seemed to shift and change as I watched. The eyes were dark and intelligent, filled with a malevolence that made my blood freeze. But it was the expression on that face that truly terrified me. It was smiling, as if it knew something I didn't, as if it was enjoying my fear. "James," I whispered, but I couldn't look away from those eyes. The creature raised one massive hand and pressed it against the glass. The fingers were long and clawed, easily capable of punching through the window if it chose to do so. But it didn't break the glass. Instead, it simply stood there watching me, letting me know that it could reach me whenever it decided to. Then, as suddenly as it had appeared, the creature melted back into the fog, but its handprint remained on the glass, a dark smudge that looked disturbingly like blood. "It's playing with us," James said, his voice barely audible. "It could have broken in, but it didn't. It's enjoying this." I nodded, unable to speak. The creature wasn't just hunting us. It was tormenting us, drawing out our terror for its own amusement. We were trapped in a game where we didn't know the rules, and our opponent held all the advantages. The afternoon brought more encounters. Shapes moved through the fog around the cabin, sometimes approaching the windows, sometimes testing the doors. We could hear heavy breathing outside, the sound of claws scraping against wood, the occasional low rumble that might have been laughter. "Why doesn't it just attack?" James asked during one of the longer quiet periods. I had been wondering the same thing. The creature was clearly capable of breaking into the cabin. It had already demonstrated that it could move across the roof and leap from incredible heights. But it seemed to prefer psychological warfare to direct confrontation. "Maybe it's waiting for something," I suggested. Maybe it has a plan. As if responding to my words, the sounds outside suddenly intensified. Heavy footsteps circled the cabin, but now they were accompanied by what sounded like multiple creatures. The fog seemed to be alive with movement, shapes shifting and darting just beyond the range of our vision. "There's more than one," James whispered, his face pale with terror. I pressed my ear to the wall and listened. He was right. There were at least 3, possibly more, moving through the mist around our shelter. They were coordinating their movements, working together like a pack of predators. We weren't just being hunted by one creature, we were being hunted by a group. The siege continued throughout the afternoon. The creatures took turns approaching the cabin, testing our defenses, probing for weaknesses. They scratched at the walls, rattled the windows, and climbed onto the roof, where they moved around with deliberate, calculated steps. But they never tried to break in. They seemed content to wait, to let our fear build, to watch us slowly collapse under the psychological pressure. It was a strategy that was working. Both James and I were near our breaking point, jumping at every sound, seeing threats in every shadow. As evening approached, the fog began to thin slightly, revealing glimpses of the lake beyond. For a moment, I felt a surge of hope. If the mist cleared, we might have a chance to escape. But then I saw them, dark shapes moving through the water, swimming in formation around the island. "They're in the water too," I told James, pointing toward the lake. We were completely surrounded. The creatures had cut off every possible escape route, trapping us on the island until they decided to end their game. The boat, which had represented our only hope of escape, was now unreachable. Even if we could fight our way to the dock, there was no guarantee that we could outrun the creatures in the water. Night fell with agonizing slowness, and with it came the realization that we might not survive until morning. The creatures had been patient during the day, but darkness would give them additional advantages. They could move unseen, coordinate their attacks, and pick us off whenever they chose. "We need a plan," James said, his voice hollow with exhaustion. I nodded, but I had no idea what we could do. We were outnumbered, outmatched, and completely cut off from help. The creatures had demonstrated intelligence, patience, and a level of coordination that suggested they had done this before. We were not their first victims, and we wouldn't be their last. As the final light faded from the sky, I heard something that made my heart stop. From somewhere in the fog, carried on the still air, came the sound of voices. Not animal growls or howls, but actual voices. Low, guttural, and speaking in a language I didn't recognize. The creatures were communicating with each other, planning their next move. And as I listened to those alien voices in the darkness, I realized that we were about to discover exactly what they had been waiting for. The voices in the fog grew louder as full darkness settled over the lake. What I had initially taken for animal sounds were actually words, guttural, primitive, but undeniably intelligent communication. The creatures were discussing us, debating our fate in a language that sounded like it hadn't been spoken by human tongues for thousands of years. "They're talking about us," James whispered, his face pressed against the living room window. I joined him, straining to understand the alien syllables that drifted through the mist. The voices came from multiple directions, suggesting that the creatures had positioned themselves around the cabin in a deliberate formation. They were no longer simply hunting us. They were conducting some kind of ritual, following a protocol that had been established long before we arrived on this island. The first test came just after midnight. A heavy thud against the front door made us both jump, followed by the sound of claws scraping against wood. But instead of trying to break through, the creature seemed to be carving something into the door's surface. The scraping continued for several minutes, creating a pattern that was too regular to be random. "It's marking the door," I realized. Like a symbol. James grabbed a flashlight and crept toward the entrance. Through the small window beside the door, he could see the creature's massive form hunched over its work. It was using its claws with surgical precision, creating deep gouges in the wood that formed a crude but recognizable pattern. "It looks like..." James paused, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. "It looks like a map." I moved closer to look. The creature had carved a rough outline of the island, complete with the cabin's location and what appeared to be markers indicating the positions of the other creatures. But most disturbing were the symbols carved around the perimeter. Symbols that looked exactly like the ones we had seen on the trees along the logging road. "They've been planning this," I said, the realization hitting me like a physical blow. The symbols in the forest, the empty lake, the fog, it's all connected. The creature finished its carving and moved away from the door, but not before pressing its face against the window. In the beam of James's flashlight, I could see its features clearly for the first time. It was humanoid but wrong, as if evolution had taken a different path. The skull was elongated, the jaw too large, the eyes set too far apart. But it was the expression that terrified me most. It was looking at us with what could only be described as anticipation. Over the next hour, each of the creatures took turns approaching the cabin. They carved symbols into the walls, scratched patterns into the window frames, and left what appeared to be offerings on the deck: bones, stones, and other objects that I didn't want to examine too closely. They were preparing for something, following a ritual that had been performed before. "We're part of their ceremony," I told James. "We're not just prey. We're participants in something bigger." The thought made my skin crawl. These creatures hadn't simply wandered onto the island by accident. They had been waiting for us, or for people like us. The empty lake, the abandoned cabins, the mysterious disappearance of the other visitors. It all made sense now. We weren't their first victims. We were simply the latest in a long line of people who had been drawn to this place to serve some unknown purpose. Around 2 in the morning, the voices outside began to change. The guttural communication was replaced by something that sounded almost like singing, a low, rhythmic chanting that seemed to come from all directions at once. The fog began to glow with an eerie phosphorescence, creating ghostly shapes that danced around the cabin. "They're summoning something," James said, his voice barely audible. I nodded, though I didn't want to believe it. The chanting grew louder, more insistent, and with it came a sound that made my blood freeze, the splash of something large entering the water. Not one creature, but many, moving through the lake with purpose and intelligence. Through the bedroom window, I could see shapes moving in the illuminated fog. They were tall, humanoid figures that seemed to glide rather than walk. But these weren't the same creatures that had been stalking us. These were different, older, more alien, with a presence that made the air itself feel thick and oppressive. "We need to get out of here," I whispered, though I knew it was impossible. The chanting reached a crescendo, and suddenly the entire cabin was surrounded by the new arrivals. They moved with a fluid grace that was hypnotic and terrifying, their forms shifting and changing as they circled our shelter. The original creatures, the ones that had been hunting us, seemed to step back, showing deference to these new entities. Then, without warning, the chanting stopped. The silence that followed was absolute, more oppressive than any sound could have been. The fog began to dissipate, revealing the full extent of our situation. We were surrounded by dozens of creatures, all standing motionless in the pale light that seemed to emanate from their bodies. "They're waiting for something," James observed. I was about to agree when I heard it, a sound that made my heart stop. From somewhere in the distance, carried across the water, came the unmistakable sound of a boat engine. Someone was approaching the island, heading directly into the trap that had been set for us. "Oh God," I whispered. "There's someone else out there." The creatures heard it too. Their heads turned in unison toward the sound, and I could see the anticipation in their movements. They had been waiting for this moment, this completion of their ritual. We weren't their only targets. We were bait, used to draw others into their web. The boat grew closer, its engine echoing across the water. In the pale light, I could see it cutting through the fog, heading directly for our dock. The pilot couldn't possibly see the creatures waiting on the shore, couldn't know that they were sailing into a carefully orchestrated trap. "We have to warn them," I said, moving toward the door. James grabbed my arm. "We can't. We'll be killed the moment we step outside." He was right, but I couldn't stand by and watch innocent people sail into the same nightmare we were experiencing. I moved to the window and began flashing the lights, trying to signal the approaching boat. But the pilot either didn't see the warning or didn't understand its meaning. The boat continued its approach, the engine growing louder with each passing second. The creatures on the shore began to move, positioning themselves along the dock and the water's edge. They were preparing for the arrival of new victims, ready to begin the next phase of their terrible ritual. And there was nothing we could do to stop them. As the boat's headlight pierced the fog, illuminating the dock where the creatures waited, I realized that we were about to witness something that would haunt us for the rest of our lives, however long that might be. The boat's engine cut out just as it reached the dock, the sudden silence almost deafening after hours of mechanical noise. In the pale phosphorescent light that emanated from the creatures, I could see two figures in the boat, a man and a woman, both appearing to be in their 50s. They were laughing about something, completely oblivious to the dozens of entities watching them from the shadows. "We have to do something," I whispered to James, but we both knew there was nothing we could do without exposing ourselves to the same fate. The creatures remained motionless as the couple tied up their boat and began unloading what appeared to be camping gear. They moved with the casual confidence of people who had made this trip many times before, clearly familiar with the area. I wondered briefly if they were the owners of one of the other cabins, returning to check on their property. "Beautiful night for a boat ride," the woman said, her voice carrying clearly across the water. "The fog makes everything look so mysterious." Her companion chuckled as he shouldered a large backpack. "Mystery is good, gets the blood pumping." I wanted to scream at them to run, to get back in their boat and flee while they still could. But I knew that any sound from the cabin would only draw the creature's attention to us. We were forced to watch in helpless terror as the two visitors walked directly into the trap. The first creature moved when the couple was halfway up the path to the cabin. It emerged from the tree line with fluid grace, cutting off their retreat to the dock. The man noticed it first, stopping so suddenly that his companion bumped into him. "What the hell is that?" he said, his voice no longer casual. The woman followed his gaze and went rigid. "That's not possible, that's not—" Her words were cut off as more creatures emerged from the fog. They formed a loose circle around the couple, moving with the same coordinated precision they had shown while stalking us. The man and woman pressed back to back, turning slowly to keep all the creatures in view. "Run," the woman whispered, though there was nowhere to go. The creatures began to close in, their movements deliberate and unhurried. They had done this before, had perfected their technique over years or perhaps decades of practice. The couple was trapped just as surely as we were, caught in a web that had been laid long before they arrived. But then something unexpected happened. The man reached into his backpack and pulled out what appeared to be a flare gun. He fired it directly at the nearest creature, the bright red flame striking its chest and exploding in a shower of sparks. The entity staggered backward, its phosphorescent glow flickering momentarily. "The boat!" the man shouted to his companion. "Get to the boat!" They ran, pushing through the circle of creatures with desperate strength. The entities seemed stunned by the unexpected resistance, their careful choreography disrupted by the couple's refusal to submit quietly. For a moment, it looked like they might actually escape, but the creatures recovered quickly. They pursued the fleeing couple with inhuman speed, their forms becoming more solid and threatening as they abandoned their hypnotic gliding for a more direct approach. The man fired his flare gun again, but the creatures had learned from the first shot and easily avoided the projectile. The woman reached the boat first, frantically working to untie the mooring lines while her companion held off the pursuing entities. But the creatures were too fast, too coordinated. They reached the dock just as the boat's engine roared to life. What happened next unfolded with horrible clarity in the pale light. The creatures didn't simply attack the couple, they began their ritual. The same guttural chanting that we had heard earlier filled the air, but now it was accompanied by sounds that I never want to hear again. The man's screams cut through the night like a blade, followed by the woman's pleas for mercy. "We can't just watch this," James said, his face pale with horror. But we were trapped by our own cowardice and the certainty that any intervention would only add us to the creature's victim count. We pressed our faces to the window, unable to look away from the nightmare unfolding on our dock. The ritual lasted for what felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes. The creatures performed their ceremony with practiced efficiency, their movements following a pattern that had been established long before we arrived. The couple's screams gradually faded, replaced by the same eerie silence that had preceded their arrival. When it was over, the creatures dispersed as quickly as they had gathered. They melted back into the fog, leaving behind only the evidence of what had occurred. The boat bobbed gently at the dock, its engine still running, but there was no sign of its former occupants. "They're gone," James whispered, though we both knew it was more than that. The couple hadn't simply been killed. They had been consumed, absorbed into whatever dark purpose the creatures served. The ritual had been completed, the sacrifice accepted, and now the entity's attention was turning back to us. The fog began to thicken again, and with it came the return of the creatures. They moved with renewed purpose, their earlier patience replaced by something that felt like hunger. The ritual with the couple had been an appetizer, a preparation for the main course. "Our turn," I said, surprised by how calm my voice sounded. James nodded, his face set in grim determination. "At least we know what we're facing now." But knowing what was coming didn't make it any easier to accept. The creatures were gathering around the cabin again, their phosphorescent glow creating an otherworldly light that seemed to pulse with the rhythm of a massive heart. They were no longer content to wait, no longer interested in psychological warfare. The hunt was about to begin in earnest, and we were running out of time to find a way to survive it. The creature's approach was different this time. Gone was the careful stalking, the psychological torment, the ritualistic circling. They moved with the confident stride of predators who had already worn down their prey, ready to claim their prize. The phosphorescent glow emanating from their bodies grew brighter, casting eerie shadows that danced across the cabin walls. "They're done playing," James said, his voice steady despite the terror in his eyes. I nodded, checking the makeshift barricades we had built around the doors and windows. Chairs, tables, and anything else we could move had been stacked against the entry points, but I knew it would only slow them down. These creatures had demonstrated intelligence, patience, and now they were showing their true power. The first impact came against the front door. The entire cabin shook as something massive struck the wooden barrier, sending our carefully constructed barricade sliding backward. A second blow followed, then a third. The creatures weren't trying to be subtle anymore. They were attempting to smash their way in through sheer force. "The back door," I called out, hearing similar sounds from the rear of the cabin. We were being attacked from multiple directions simultaneously. The creatures had learned the layout of our shelter during their earlier surveillance, and now they were exploiting every weakness. The windows rattled in their frames as claws scraped against the glass, probing for purchase. James grabbed a heavy cast-iron pan from the kitchen, while I found a baseball bat that had been left behind by previous visitors. We stood back to back in the center of the main room, watching as our defenses crumbled around us. The sounds of splintering wood and breaking glass filled the air. "Whatever happens," I said, "we don't give up. We fight until the end." The front door gave way first. The wooden frame splintered with a sound like thunder, and our barricade collapsed in a cascade of furniture. Through the opening, I could see the creatures pressed together, their eyes glowing with anticipation. But they didn't immediately pour through the breach. Instead, they seemed to be waiting for something. Then I understood. This wasn't just an attack. It was still part of their ritual. They were savoring this moment, drawing out our terror for their own purposes. The fear was as important to them as the final outcome. The largest creature stepped through the doorway, its massive form filling the entire opening. Up close, I could see details that made my skin crawl. Its skin wasn't quite flesh, but something that seemed to shift and change as I watched. The eyes were too large, too knowing, and they fixed on me with an intelligence that was both ancient and alien. "You have seen much," it said, its voice a low rumble that seemed to come from somewhere deep in its chest. "You have witnessed the old ways, the proper ceremonies. You understand now what this place truly is." I was too shocked to respond. The creature could speak, could communicate in perfect English despite its obviously inhuman nature. It wasn't just an animal following instinct. It was something far more dangerous. "This lake has been sacred for centuries," the creature continued, moving slowly into the cabin. "Long before your people built their shelters here, we performed our rituals on these shores. You are guests in our domain, and guests must follow our customs. More creatures entered behind the first, forming a loose circle around us. They moved with the same fluid grace I had observed earlier, but now I could see the terrible purpose behind their movements. They weren't just hunting us, they were preparing us for something. The ritual requires willing participants, the creature explained. Those who understand their role, who accept their place in the ancient order. You have been tested, observed, judged worthy. You should feel honored. Go to hell, James said, raising his cast iron pan. The creature that had been speaking turned its attention to him, and I saw something that might have been amusement in its alien features. Your spirit is strong. That is good. The ceremony works best when the participants fight back. It moved faster than I would have thought possible. One moment it was standing across the room. The next it was looming over James, its massive hands reaching for him. He swung the pan with all his strength, connecting with the creature's head in a blow that would have felled any human. The creature barely noticed. It caught James by the throat and lifted him off the ground, holding him at eye level. For a moment they stared at each other, predator and prey, ancient and modern, inhuman and human. Then the creature began to squeeze. I screamed and swung the baseball bat at the creature's back, putting every ounce of strength I possessed into the blow. The bat connected with a sound like hitting a tree trunk, but the creature didn't even turn around. It was focused entirely on James, who was struggling futilely against its grip. That's when I noticed the other creatures weren't participating in the attack. They were watching, observing, as if James's struggle was part of their entertainment. They wanted to see how long he could fight, how much resistance he could offer before succumbing to their power. But James had one advantage they hadn't counted on. The flare gun from the boat was still in his jacket pocket, and in his desperation he managed to reach it. He pressed the barrel against the creature's chest and pulled the trigger. The flare exploded in a shower of sparks and flame, and for the first time the creature showed genuine pain. It dropped James and staggered backward, its phosphorescent glow flickering like a dying light bulb. The smell of burning flesh filled the cabin, acrid and nauseating. Fire, I realized. They're vulnerable to fire. The other creatures seemed to understand this as well. They began to move with more urgency, their casual confidence replaced by something that might have been concern. James scrambled to his feet, still clutching the flare gun, and I noticed that the fireplace poker was within reach. "The fireplace!" I shouted, grabbing the poker and thrusting it into the dying embers of our earlier fire. "We need to get to the fireplace." But the creatures were already moving to cut us off. They formed a tighter circle, their movements more aggressive now that they understood we had found a weapon they feared. The injured creature was recovering, its wounds healing with unnatural speed, but it kept its distance from James and his flare gun. "One shot left," James said, checking the flare gun's chamber. "We need to make it count." I looked around the cabin, searching for anything that might help us. The propane tank for the stove was in the kitchen, but it was too far away. The oil lamp on the table was closer, but I'd need to get past two creatures to reach it. Then I remembered something from my childhood visits to this cabin. My grandfather had kept a cache of emergency supplies in the basement, including extra fuel for the boat. If we could get to the basement stairs, we might find something that could even the odds. "The basement," I told James. "There's fuel down there." He nodded, understanding immediately. We began to move toward the narrow staircase that led to the lower level, but the creatures anticipated our plan. They pressed closer, their alien features twisted with what might have been frustration. The largest creature spoke again, its voice now tinged with anger. "You cannot escape the ritual. You cannot change what has been ordained. Accept your fate, and your passing will be swift." "No," I said, surprised by the strength in my own voice. "We won't be part of your ceremony. We won't be your victims." The creature's eyes narrowed, and I saw something dangerous flicker in their depths. "Then you will die slowly, and your suffering will be all the greater." It lunged forward, and James fired his remaining flare directly into its face. The creature screamed, a sound that was barely recognizable as coming from any living thing, and stumbled backward. But even as it writhed in pain, the other creatures pressed their attack. We ran for the basement stairs, but I knew we wouldn't make it. The creatures were too fast, too coordinated, too determined. We had managed to wound one of them, but there were at least a dozen more, and they were no longer interested in playing games. As claws reached for my back and inhuman voices rose in triumph, I realized that our time had run out. The ritual was about to reach its conclusion, and we were powerless to stop it. But sometimes, when all hope seems lost, help arrives from the most unexpected sources. The sound of multiple boat engines roared across the water, accompanied by the brilliant beam of searchlights cutting through the fog. Human voices shouted commands, and the sharp crack of gunfire echoed across the lake. The creatures froze, their attention drawn to the new arrivals. For the first time since this nightmare began, they looked uncertain, almost afraid. The ritual had been interrupted, their carefully laid plans disrupted by an outside force they hadn't anticipated. "Search and rescue," James gasped, recognizing the organized nature of the response. "Someone must have reported us missing." The creatures began to retreat, their phosphorescent glow fading as they melted back into the fog. But their leader, the one James had wounded, turned back to us one final time. "This is not over," it said, its voice carrying clearly despite the sounds of the approaching rescue team. "The ritual will be completed. If not with you, then with others. This place remembers, and we are patient." Then they were gone, vanishing into the mist as if they had never existed at all. James and I stood alone in the ruined cabin, surrounded by evidence of our ordeal, but with no proof of what had really happened. The rescue team found us 20 minutes later, huddled together on the dock and clearly in shock. They had been searching for the missing couple whose boat had been found drifting empty on the lake. They asked us questions about what we had seen, but how could we explain creatures that spoke in ancient tongues and glowed with their own light? We told them about strange sounds in the night, about feeling watched, about our decision to leave the island. The officials accepted our story, attributing our terror to the stress of being lost in the fog and the shock of finding the abandoned boat. But I knew the truth. The creatures were still out there, still performing their rituals, still waiting for their next victims. The lake would remain empty for a while, but eventually, new visitors would arrive. People who didn't know the history of this place, who couldn't read the warnings carved into the trees. As the rescue boat carried us back to the mainland, I looked back at the island one final time. The fog was clearing, revealing the cabin in the pale light of dawn. For just a moment, I thought I saw shapes moving among the trees, watching our departure. The ritual would continue, I knew. The creatures would wait and plan, and eventually, they would find new participants for their ancient ceremony, but it wouldn't be us. We had survived, and we would never return to Lake Mistral. Some places are meant to remain empty, meant to be left alone. This was one of them, and I pray that others will heed the warnings we were too stubborn to recognize. The old ways are still practiced in the remote corners of the world, and some traditions are too terrible to be allowed to continue. But stopping them would require more than just avoiding the places where they occur. It would require confronting the creatures that perform them, and that is a task I am not brave enough to undertake. All I can do is share this story, and hope that others will learn from our mistakes. The wilderness is vast and beautiful, but it is also home to things that should not be disturbed. We learned that lesson the hard way, and we were lucky to survive the teaching. The next time you hear stories about missing people in remote locations, about boats found drifting empty on isolated lakes, about campers who vanish without a trace, remember what happened to us. Remember that some mysteries are better left unsolved, and some places are better left unvisited. The creatures are still out there, still waiting, still performing their ancient rituals, and they are far more patient than we could ever be. I moved to the cabin in October 2019, seeking the peace that only deep wilderness could provide. At 28, I'd grown tired of city noise and the constant hum of civilization. The property sat on 43 acres of dense pine forest in northern Montana, miles from the nearest neighbor. The previous owner, an elderly man named Garrison, had warned me about the isolation during our final walkthrough. "Gets real quiet out here," he'd said, his weathered hands trembling slightly as he handed over the keys. "Some folks can't handle that kind of quiet." I'd laughed then, eager to embrace the solitude. The cabin itself was modest but sturdy. 2 bedrooms, a stone fireplace, and windows that looked out into an endless sea of evergreens. I'd brought my German Shepherd, Rex, a loyal companion who'd adapted to our new life with enthusiasm. Together, we'd established routines, morning hikes, evening maintenance, and the simple pleasure of watching seasons change from our front porch. The chicken coop had been my idea, a way to achieve some self-sufficiency while adding life to the property. I'd spent weeks reinforcing it with hardware cloth and steel mesh, creating what I believed was an impenetrable fortress for my dozen hens. The morning ritual of collecting eggs and the gentle clucking of the birds brought a satisfaction I'd never experienced in my previous urban existence. For the first year, everything felt perfect. I'd wake to birdsong, spend my days writing freelance articles, and fall asleep to the comforting sounds of wind through pine needles. Rex would patrol the property with the confidence of a seasoned guardian, occasionally barking at deer or raccoons but never showing real alarm. The woods felt safe, familiar, almost protective. But paradise has a way of revealing its shadows, and mine began to show themselves gradually, almost imperceptibly at first. The first sign of trouble came in March 2021. I'd set my favorite coffee mug on the porch railing while checking the chicken coop, and when I returned 10 minutes later, it was gone. I searched the ground, thinking it might have fallen, but found nothing. Rex sniffed around the area with unusual intensity, his hackles rising slightly before he whined and moved away. Over the following weeks, other items vanished. A work glove I'd left on the woodpile, a flashlight from the shed. Small things, easily misplaced, but the pattern troubled me. I'd lived alone long enough to know my habits, and I wasn't careless with my belongings. The chickens provided the first real evidence that something was wrong. I'd started with 12 birds, but by late spring, I was down to 8. No feathers, no signs of struggle, no damage to the coop. The birds simply vanished overnight, as if they'd never existed. I reinforced the enclosure again, adding motion sensors and a battery-powered camera, but the disappearances continued. Rex began acting strangely around this time. He'd stand at the edge of the clearing, staring into the tree line with the kind of focus that made my skin crawl. His ears would prick forward, and he'd emit low, rumbling growls at something I couldn't see or hear. When I'd call him, he'd reluctantly return, but his eyes would keep darting back to the woods. I told myself it was probably a fox or a weasel, maybe a fisher cat that had learned to exploit weaknesses in my defenses. I researched predator behavior, adjusted my barriers, and even considered getting a rooster to alert me to intruders. But deep down, I knew something felt wrong about the whole situation. The woods themselves seemed different. The usual chorus of birds had diminished, and I rarely saw deer anymore. Even the squirrels appeared nervous, chattering frantically at sounds I couldn't identify. Rex refused to venture far from the cabin during our walks, staying close to my side with an alertness that suggested he knew something I didn't. The night of July 15th, 2021, changed everything. I'd been working late on a difficult article, the kind that required multiple drafts and constant revision. The clock showed 1:47 a.m. when I finally decided to call it quits. Rex was already asleep by the fireplace, exhausted from a day of anxious pacing. I was performing my nightly routine, checking doors, turning off lights, ensuring the generator was running properly, when the motion sensor near the shed triggered. The sudden flood of LED brightness cut through the darkness like a blade, illuminating the area where I stored tools and feed. At first I saw nothing unusual. The light had a tendency to activate when wind moved the pine branches, creating shifting shadows that could fool the sensor. But as I watched through the kitchen window, something moved at the edge of the illuminated area. It was human-shaped, but wrong in ways that made my mouth go dry. The figure crouched low, moving with a fluid, predatory grace that no person should possess. Its limbs seemed too long, its movements too quick and jerky. From my vantage point, I could see it examining the chicken coop with the methodical thoroughness of someone who'd done this before. Rex woke with a start, his head snapping toward the window. A growl built in his throat, deeper and more urgent than I'd ever heard from him. The sound seemed to carry across the yard, and the figure froze, turning its head toward the house with unnatural speed. I couldn't see its face clearly, but I'll never forget the way it moved, like a person pretending to be human, getting the mechanics right but missing some essential quality that would make it convincing. It approached the coop with deliberate steps, and I watched in horror as it began to dismantle my carefully constructed defenses. The reinforced mesh that had taken me hours to install was peeled away like paper. The steel locks I'd installed were twisted open with bare hands. Within minutes, the intruder had created an opening large enough to slip through, and I heard the panicked squawking of my remaining chickens. Rex's barking exploded through the silence, sharp and frantic. The intruder's head snapped up, and for a moment, our eyes met across the yard. The distance was too great to make out details, but I felt the weight of its attention like a physical force. There was intelligence in that gaze, a calculating awareness that sent waves of revulsion through my body. I grabbed my Remington 870 from the closet, hands shaking as I loaded it with .0 buckshot. The familiar weight of the weapon provided some comfort, but my military training felt rusty after years of civilian life. Rex continued barking, his voice hoarse with fear and aggression. The intruder straightened to its full height, and I realized it was taller than any person I'd ever seen. Its silhouette seemed to stretch impossibly upward, arms hanging at its sides with the loose, ready posture of a predator. It made no attempt to flee or hide, instead beginning to walk toward the house with measured, deliberate steps. I fumbled for my phone, trying to call for help, but the screen showed no signal. The isolation that had once felt peaceful now seemed like a trap. The nearest neighbor was 12 miles away, and the volunteer fire department would take at least 30 minutes to respond, if they believed my story. The intruder stopped at the edge of the porch light's reach, just visible enough to maintain eye contact. It raised one hand, and I saw fingers that seemed too long, nails that reflected the light like claws. The gesture was almost casual, as if it were greeting a neighbor, but the wrongness of it made my stomach turn. Rex's barking reached a fever pitch, and I realized the intruder was listening to him with the focused attention of someone learning a language. It tilted its head, mimicking Rex's movements with disturbing accuracy. When my dog finally exhausted himself and fell silent, the intruder nodded once, as if satisfied with what it had heard. I raised the shotgun, sighting down the barrel at the center of the figure's chest. My finger found the trigger, and I drew in a breath to steady my aim. But before I could fire, the intruder stepped backward into the darkness, disappearing so completely it might have been a hallucination. I spent the rest of that night barricaded in my bedroom, dresser pushed against the door, Rex pressed against my side. The shotgun lay across my knees, safety off, finger ready. Every sound outside, wind through branches, settling timbers, the distant call of an owl, sent adrenaline surging through my system. But it was the sounds that weren't quite right that truly terrified me. Footsteps on the porch that had too many beats, as if the walker had an extra joint in each leg, scratching at the walls that followed no pattern I could identify, the soft thud of something heavy landing on the roof, followed by the creak of shingles under weight. Rex whined continuously, his eyes fixed on the door, ears tracking sounds I couldn't hear. His fear was contagious, confirming that whatever was outside was real, not a product of my imagination. The dog's senses were sharper than mine, and his terror told me more about our situation than any amount of observation could. Around 3 a.m. I heard what sounded like my own voice calling from outside. "Hello? Is anyone there? I need help." The words were perfect, the tone concerned and friendly, but the timing was wrong. The voice came from directly beneath my bedroom window, as if the speaker were standing on nothing but air. I gripped the shotgun tighter, fighting the urge to respond. Some primitive part of my brain recognized the deception, even as another part wanted to help whoever was calling. Rex's growl deepened, and I could see his hackles raised in the dim light. The voice tried again, more insistent this time. "Please, I'm hurt. I need to use your phone." The words were exactly what I might have said if I'd been injured and seeking help, but they came from someone who had never heard human speech before learning to imitate it. I remained silent, and after what felt like hours, the voice moved away. But I could still hear movement around the house, the soft scrape of fingernails on wood, the whisper of fabric against siding, the barely audible sound of breathing that came from too close to the windows. Dawn couldn't come fast enough, and when the first rays of sunlight finally penetrated the forest canopy, I heard the sounds retreat. Whatever was outside seemed to withdraw with the darkness. leaving behind only the memory of its presence and the certainty that it would return. The morning revealed the full extent of the previous night's assault. The chicken coop had been completely destroyed, not just opened, but systematically dismantled. The remaining birds were gone, leaving behind only a few scattered feathers and dark stains on the ground that I didn't want to examine too closely. More disturbing were the tracks around the house. They appeared human at first glance, the right general shape and size, but closer inspection revealed abnormalities that made my skin crawl. The toes were too long, the heel too narrow, and the depth suggested someone much heavier than the slender figure I'd observed. Rex refused to leave the porch, whining whenever I tried to coax him into the yard. His reluctance convinced me that staying was no longer an option. I threw essential items into a duffel bag, clothes, documents, ammunition, and loaded them into my Jeep Wrangler. The drive down the forest road should have been routine, but every shadow between the trees seemed to hide a crouching figure. Rex sat in the passenger seat, alert and anxious, his head constantly turning to track movement I couldn't see. The forest felt different now, hostile and watchful, as if every tree were a potential hiding place. I was halfway to the main highway when I saw it standing in the road ahead. The morning sun cast long shadows through the trees, but the figure was solid and real, blocking my path with casual confidence. It stood perfectly still, arms at its sides, watching my approach with the patience of something that had all the time in the world. I gunned the engine, hoping to scare it away, but the figure didn't move. As I got closer, I could see details that made my hands shake on the steering wheel. Its face was wrong, too pale, too smooth, with eyes that reflected light like an animal's. The mouth was too wide, revealing teeth that were too sharp and too numerous. I swerved at the last second, tires screaming on asphalt as I barely missed the motionless form. In my rearview mirror, I saw it turn to watch me go, moving its head in a complete circle without shifting its shoulders. The impossible motion burned itself into my memory, a reminder that I was dealing with something beyond normal human experience. 2 weeks later, I returned to the cabin with 3 friends: Gordon, a veteran like myself; Preston, who worked construction and owned an impressive collection of firearms; and Briggs, a hunter who knew the local wildlife better than anyone. I told them about break-ins and vandalism, not wanting to share the full truth until I was certain of their support. We approached the property like a military operation, with planned positions and communication protocols. The cabin looked normal from the outside, but I could see evidence of the intruder's continued presence. Windows that I'd left closed were now open. Items on the porch had been rearranged in subtle ways that suggested someone had been examining them. Inside, the house felt violated. Nothing was obviously disturbed, but the air held a strange scent, musky and wild, like an animal's den. Rex refused to enter, instead pacing nervously beside the Jeep. My friends began loading boxes while I did a final walkthrough, checking for anything I might have missed. It was Preston who noticed the figure first. "Hey," he called from the porch, his voice tight with concern. "We've got company." I joined him outside and saw it immediately. The intruder standing at the edge of the clearing, watching our activities with the focused attention of a predator studying prey. In daylight, its abnormalities were even more pronounced. The proportions were wrong, the posture too still, the gaze too intense. Gordon emerged from the house carrying a box, took one look at the figure, and carefully set down his load. "What the hell is that thing?" "I don't know," I admitted, "but it's been stalking me for months." Briggs joined us, his hunting rifle already in hand. "That's not any animal I've ever seen. Looks like someone playing dress-up, but..." He trailed off, studying the figure through his scope. "The way it's standing, the way it's watching us, that's not human behavior." The intruder began to move, not directly toward us, but in a wide circle around the clearing. Its gait was fluid and predatory, each step placed with perfect precision. It kept its eyes on us throughout the movement, never breaking contact even when the angle should have made it impossible. We finished loading the truck quickly, weapons ready, constantly aware of the figure's presence. It had stopped circling and now stood directly between us and the access road, close enough that we could see details that made our situation clear. This was no human being. The face was a crude approximation of human features, as if someone had described a person to an artist who had never seen one. The eyes were too large, set too far apart, and they didn't blink. The mouth was a gash across the lower face, revealing rows of teeth that belonged on no mammal I'd ever seen. "We need to get out of here," Gordon said, his voice steady despite the fear in his eyes. "Now." I was doing a final count of our group when I realized Preston was missing. We'd been so focused on the figure in the clearing that we'd lost track of each other. Panic surged through me as I called his name, receiving no response. We found him behind the cabin, unconscious and badly injured. Deep gashes across his back and arms suggested an attack by something with claws, but the wounds were too precise, too systematic. It was as if the attacker had been studying human anatomy and testing different approaches. Gordon and I carried Preston to the truck while Briggs kept watch. The figure had vanished from the clearing, but I could feel its presence in the surrounding forest. Rex barked frantically from the passenger seat, his attention focused on the tree line where shadows moved independently of the wind. We drove to the hospital in tense silence, Preston unconscious between us. When the emergency room staff asked about his injuries, we blamed a bear attack, the only explanation that wouldn't result in psychiatric evaluation. The doctors accepted our story, though I caught several exchanging glances that suggested they'd seen similar injuries before. Preston recovered, though he never spoke about what happened behind the cabin. He'd been found with no memory of the attack, and the doctors attributed his amnesia to trauma. But sometimes when he thought no one was watching, I'd catch him staring into empty spaces with the expression of someone who remembered more than he wanted to admit. I never returned to the cabin. The insurance company eventually paid out on a claim of vandalism and theft, and I used the money to buy a small apartment in Denver. City noise that had once driven me to the wilderness now feels like protection against the silence that harbors things better left undisturbed. Rex adapted to urban life with visible relief, though he still refuses to approach wooded areas. Sometimes, late at night, I'll find him standing at the window, looking out at the streetlights with the same alertness he'd shown in the forest. When I ask what he sees, he just whines and comes to sit beside me, as if seeking comfort from memories we both carry. The woods of northern Montana remain untouched, 43 acres of wilderness that will never again know human habitation. Sometimes I wonder if the thing that stalked me is still there, waiting for the next person seeking solitude to discover that some places are empty for good reason. I've learned to appreciate the constant hum of civilization, the steady flow of traffic, the voices of neighbors through thin walls. These sounds, once irritating, now remind me that I'm surrounded by humanity, protection against the things that watch from the spaces between. The solitude I once craved has been replaced by a deep need for connection, for the constant reassurance that I'm not alone. Because in the deepest woods, in the places where cell phones don't work and the nearest neighbor is miles away, isolation isn't peace, it's vulnerability. The Trans-Canada Highway fell away behind me as I turned onto the logging road, my Jeep bouncing over the uneven ground. 3 hours north of Thunder Bay, Ontario, I was already deeper into the wilderness than most weekend campers ventured. The radio had stopped picking up signals an hour ago, leaving only the rumble of tires on gravel and the occasional ping of rocks against the undercarriage. My name is Daniel Mercer, wildlife photographer and self-proclaimed adventure junkie. After 15 years of capturing images across 6 continents, I'd returned to my native Canada with a singular purpose: to document the untouched corners of the boreal forest. At least, that's what I told my editor. The truth was more complex, wrapped in childhood memories and local legends that had haunted the northern communities for generations. The Algonquin called it Wendigo territory. The loggers had their own stories of the hairy man of the woods. Scientists dismissed it all as folklore, but the locals knew better. Something walked these forests that defied conventional explanation. The GPS blinked out as pine branches closed overhead, forming a natural tunnel. I consulted my topographical map, tracing the route to Mackenzie Lake, a pristine body of water that hadn't seen regular human traffic since the logging operation shut down in '97. According to my research, there had been 17 reported sightings within 50 kilometers of the lake since 1985, 3 in the last year alone. As dusk approached, I found the clearing I'd marked, a natural opening among ancient pines with a view of the western shoreline, perfect for both camp and wildlife observation. I worked efficiently, pitching my four-season tent, hanging my food cache from a branch well away from my sleeping area, and setting up my primary camera trap facing the game trail that cut through the northern edge of the clearing. Only when the necessities were secured did I allow myself to listen to the forest. The wind whispered through pine needles, carrying scents of resin and decay. Somewhere distant, a loon called across water, its mournful cry echoing unanswered. But underneath it all was something else, a sensation more than a sound, the weight of awareness, of being watched. "Just wildlife," I murmured, feeding branches into my small camp stove. The flames cast dancing shadows across my equipment. Bears, wolves, maybe a moose. Nothing unusual. I'd spent enough nights in the wilderness to recognize the normal prickle of caution that comes with being a vulnerable human in predator territory. This felt different. More targeted. More deliberate. As full darkness descended, I reviewed my equipment one final time. Cameras, satellite phone, bear spray, and the Winchester rifle I'd inherited from my grandfather. I wasn't typically one for firearms, but something about this trip had prompted me to bring it. Call it intuition, call it paranoia. A branch snapped in the darkness, loud, deliberate, from somewhere beyond the light of my fire. Too heavy for a deer, too careless for a predator. I reached for the rifle, flicking the safety off with practiced ease. "Hello?" I called, my voice sounding unnaturally loud. "Anyone there?" The forest went silent. No insects, no rustling leaves, nothing. Then came the smell, musky, primal, like wet fur and old blood. A smell no experienced woodsman would mistake for anything familiar. In my 15 years of wilderness photography across the globe, I'd encountered predators of all kinds. I'd documented tigers in India, polar bears in the Arctic, and crocodiles in the Amazon. But nothing in my experience had prepared me for what I felt in that moment. Pure, instinctual dread. Something inhuman was circling my camp. Sleep came in fitful bursts that night, my hand never far from the rifle beside my sleeping bag. Each time I drifted off, I'd jerk awake to sounds just beyond perception. Heavy footfalls, breathing that didn't match the rhythm of the forest. And once, a guttural vocalization unlike any animal I could identify. When dawn finally broke, I found the first evidence that my fears weren't merely imagination, a perfect line of tracks skirting the perimeter of my camp, pressed deep into the soft earth. Bigger than any bear print I'd ever documented. The stride length alone suggested a creature over 7 feet tall. I photographed each print methodically, placing my size 11 boot beside one for scale. My foot looked childlike in comparison. As I followed the tracks to the edge of the clearing, I discovered something that made my blood run cold. One of my remote camera traps had been dismantled, not destroyed in the way a curious bear might, but carefully taken apart, the memory card missing. Something intelligent, something deliberate, something that understood exactly what my equipment was designed to do. And it didn't want to be seen. The lake stretched before me like a mirror, reflecting the morning sky with perfect clarity. Mackenzie Lake was renowned among locals for its unusual depth, over 200 meters in some places, and the strange stories that surrounded it. Indigenous elders spoke of spirits dwelling beneath its surface, and even the hardened loggers who'd worked the area refused to fish its waters. I paddled my collapsible kayak toward the center, intent on gathering samples for a biologist friend researching microbiome variations in isolated water systems. The rhythmic dip and pull of my paddle was meditative, allowing my mind to process the unsettling discoveries of the morning. The tracks were real, not imagination, not a practical joke. Something massive had circled my camp during the night, something intelligent enough to disable a camera trap. "Rationalize it," I whispered to myself, words creating small puffs of condensation in the cool morning air. Black bear standing on hind legs. Maybe a moose with unusual gait. But the excuses rang hollow. I'd tracked both species extensively. These were bipedal prints with 5 distinct toe impressions. Too large for human, too structured for bear. A loon surfaced nearby, its red eyes regarding me with ancient curiosity before disappearing beneath the surface. I watched the ripples spread outward, mesmerized by the perfect symmetry of their expansion. Then I noticed that another set of ripples was intersecting with the first, ripples that couldn't have come from the diving bird. Something else had disturbed the water, something large, moving beneath the surface parallel to my kayak. I froze, paddle suspended mid-stroke, watching as the disturbance created a subtle wake. Whatever was down there was at least the size of a large sturgeon, but moved with deliberate purpose rather than the sinuous pattern of a fish. The wake disappeared, and I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I was holding. Just as I convinced myself it was simply an underwater current, the kayak jolted violently upward, nearly capsizing as something struck its underside. Heart pounding, I scrambled to stabilize the craft. Water sloshed over the sides, soaking my equipment. I reached for my waterproof camera, desperate to document whatever was happening, when the attack came again. This time with enough force to send me sprawling into the frigid waters of Mackenzie Lake. The cold hit like a physical blow, driving air from my lungs. I surfaced, gasping, just in time to see my kayak flipping completely over. My sample containers and scientific equipment sank rapidly into the crystal-clear depths. Through the perfect visibility, I watched them disappear into a darkness so absolute it seemed to swallow light itself. I treaded water, calculating my position. The shore was perhaps 200 meters away, a challenging swim in cold water, but manageable for someone with my experience. I struck out with powerful strokes, fighting the growing numbness in my extremities. Halfway to shore, I felt it, a gentle brush against my leg. Not the bump of a fish or the tangle of weeds, but the unmistakable sensation of fingers, long, powerful digits curling briefly around my ankle before releasing. Panic surged through me, overriding training and experience. I thrashed toward shore with desperate intensity, no longer concerned with form or efficiency. Behind me, something large displaced water. I could feel the pressure wave against my feet and legs. I didn't look back. Some primal instinct warned that seeing what pursued me would steal precious seconds I couldn't afford to lose. My feet finally struck bottom near the shoreline, and I half swam, half staggered onto the rocky beach, collapsing onto the stones. For several minutes I simply lay there, coughing and shivering before gathering the courage to look back at the lake. The surface was again a perfect mirror, undisturbed by wind or wildlife. My overturned kayak was nowhere to be seen. It was as if the lake had swallowed it whole. As my breathing steadied, I noticed something on the shoreline several meters away. My waterproof camera case, deliberately placed on a flat rock, its latches carefully opened. The memory card was missing, just like the one from my camera trap. Something intelligent enough to recognize what held the images, something that didn't want to be recorded. I staggered back toward camp, hyper-aware of the forest around me. The sense of being watched had intensified, and twice I spun around, certain I'd glimpsed movement among the trees, a flash of something tall and dark slipping between trunks with impossible silence for its size. From across the lake came a sound that stopped me in my tracks. Not quite a howl, not quite a scream, but something that raised the hair on my neck and sent birds exploding from the treetops. It held for nearly 15 seconds, modulating in pitch and intensity in a way that suggested communication rather than random vocalization. I fumbled for my satellite phone, fingers trembling as I dialed the only person who might understand what I was experiencing. "Professor Nakamura," I said when the call connected, my voice tight with controlled panic. "It's Daniel Mercer. I'm at Mackenzie Lake. I think I've found it. And I think there's more than one." The line went dead, either from poor connection or something more deliberate. When I glanced down at the phone screen, a single message appeared before the device powered down completely. "Get out now. They're not what we thought." The afternoon sun filtered through the canopy as I inventoried what remained of my equipment. The loss of my kayak and underwater sampling gear was devastating, but the real blow was psychological. Whatever was in these woods, whatever had circled my camp and pursued me in the lake, was methodically isolating me. First the camera traps, then my satellite phone, which refused to power back on despite having shown nearly full battery moments before it died. Even my GPS unit was now displaying coordinates that made no sense, putting me somehow in northern Quebec rather than Ontario. I spread my topographical map across a flat rock, confirming my position the old-fashioned way. Mackenzie Lake was clearly marked, its unusual depth indicated by tightly clustered contour lines. I traced the shortest route back to the logging road, approximately 15 kilometers of dense forest, with one significant obstacle, a ravine cutting across my path about 5 kilometers east. If I break camp now, I muttered, calculating distances against fading daylight, I'd hit the ravine at dusk. Bad place to be after dark. The rational choice was to spend one more night, leave at first light, and push through to the road before nightfall tomorrow. But rationality was becoming increasingly difficult to cling to. I activated my backup satellite beacon, a simple emergency device that broadcast GPS coordinates to search and rescue services when triggered. It was meant as a last resort, but circumstances warranted caution. The small LED blinked reassuringly, indicating successful activation. Returning to camp, I discovered my tent had been disturbed. Not ripped open like a bear might do, but methodically searched. My sleeping bag lay unzipped, my clothing neatly piled rather than stuffed in the backpack where I'd left it. Most disturbing was the arrangement of my field guides on Canadian wildlife, open to pages on great apes and primates, forming a semicircle on the ground. It was a message. Or perhaps a question. From my backpack, I removed the small leather journal I'd found among my grandfather's belongings after his death. The pages were filled with meticulous notes and sketches documenting his encounters in these same forests 50 years earlier. Most wildlife biologists had dismissed his work as the fantasies of an amateur cryptozoologist, but I'd recognized the precision of his observations, the same methodical documentation I employed in my own work. I flipped to a dog-eared page containing a detailed sketch of a footprint nearly identical to those I'd photographed that morning. Beside it, my grandfather had written, "Linguistic capabilities confirmed. Responds to recorded calls. Evidence of tool use and social structure. Not ape, not human. Something parallel. Evolution finds many paths." Below this was a phonetic transcription of sounds he claimed to have recorded. Sounds remarkably similar to what I'd heard across the lake. The implications were staggering. If my grandfather was right, what walked these woods wasn't some undiscovered species of great ape, but something far more complex, a parallel evolutionary branch that had developed intelligence comparable to our own while remaining hidden from scientific documentation. The crack of a branch snapping jerked me from my thoughts. I reached for the rifle, scanning the forest edge. Nothing moved, but the sensation of being watched intensified. "I know you're there," I called, surprising myself with my boldness. "I'm not here to harm you. I just want to understand." Silence answered, heavy with potential. Then, from a different direction came another deliberate snap of wood. Then another from elsewhere in the forest. They were surrounding the camp again, just as they had the previous night. I retreated to the center of the clearing, rifle ready, but pointed safely at the ground. My grandfather's note suggested they understood the concept of weapons, possibly even firearms specifically. The forest had gone silent again, but this time the silence felt expectant rather than threatening. Testing a theory, I carefully set the rifle down on a flat rock, stepped back with hands raised, and waited. Minutes passed. Then, from the densest section of forest came a soft, rumbling vocalization. Not aggressive, but questioning. I remained still, hands visible, controlling my breathing despite the hammering of my heart. Movement caught my eye, a subtle shifting of shadows that didn't match the wind patterns through the trees. Something large moved with deliberate slowness, partially obscured by the undergrowth. I glimpsed what might have been an arm, massively muscled and covered in dark hair, reaching out to bend a sapling aside. Before I could see more, my emergency beacon erupted in a series of loud electronic beeps from inside my backpack, the automated response indicating the signal had been received and help was being dispatched. The reaction was immediate and terrifying. From all around the clearing came explosive vocalizations, not the curious rumbles of moments before, but alarm calls of unmistakable hostility. Trees shook as massive figures retreated rapidly into deeper forest. I lunged for my backpack, frantically digging for the beacon to silence it, but the damage was done. I'd inadvertently betrayed the tentative moment of contact. Worse, I'd associated myself with the electronic technology they seemed to distrust or fear. As night fell, I built my fire larger than safety would normally dictate, constructing a barrier of flames around my tent. The forest remained ominously quiet, but the sense of being watched had transformed into something more targeted, an evaluating presence that seemed to be making calculations. In the darkness beyond my firelight, eyes occasionally reflected the flames, not at ground level where deer or predators would be, but at a height of over 7 feet. They never remained visible for more than a second, blinking out of existence as their owners shifted position. I retreated to my tent with the rifle across my lap, reading through my grandfather's journal by flashlight. On the final pages, his handwriting had become increasingly urgent, the normally meticulous notes replaced by hastily scrawled warnings. They remember. Generations of conflict with loggers, hunters, trappers. They associate human technology with threat. The younger ones want war. The elders restrain them, but their influence wanes. Stay away from water. They use it. They've always used it. The final entry, dated just 3 weeks before his fatal hunting accident, simply read, "They've made their decision about me. I hear them outside now. If found, destroy cameras. Names in my will know what to do." I closed the journal with trembling hands, understanding now why my grandfather's body had been discovered with all recording equipment methodically destroyed, why his research had never been published despite his meticulous documentation. Outside my tent, something heavy moved past, close enough that the ground vibrated slightly with each footfall. Not circling now, but deliberately approaching. I raised the rifle, finger resting lightly beside the trigger guard. The zipper of my tent began to rise, pulled from outside by something strong enough to break the interior lock I'd secured. I aimed the rifle at the widening gap, fighting against panic. Instead of the massive, hairy figure I expected, a smooth stone rolled through the opening, coming to rest on my sleeping bag. In the beam of my flashlight, I could see it was no ordinary rock, but one that had been worked, shaped into a crude but recognizable humanoid form with deep grooves marking eyes and mouth. A warning? A message? Before I could decipher its meaning, my radio crackled to life, equipment I'd written off as useless hours ago. Through bursts of static came a voice I recognized immediately. Professor Nakamura. "Repeat, Daniel. If you can hear this, evacuate immediately. They're not what folklore suggests. Soviet research from the 60s, classified until now, confirms cognitive capabilities exceeding problem-solving parameters. They're watching the roads. Use water routes if possible. Nightfall is when they..." The transmission cut off abruptly, replaced by a different sound, a perfect mimicry of Nakamura's voice, but speaking words the professor would never use. "Come to us, Daniel. We've been waiting for someone like you, someone who understands." Dawn broke with eerie silence. No birdsong, no rustling leaves, not even the whisper of wind through the pine needles. I emerged from my tent, rifle ready, surveying the clearing with bloodshot eyes. Sleep had been impossible after the radio transmission and its disturbing conclusion. The stone figure remained where it had rolled onto my sleeping bag, its crude features somehow more unsettling in daylight. I photographed it from multiple angles, noting the precision of certain cuts that suggested tools more sophisticated than simple stone implements. Around the perimeter of my camp, a perfect circle of broken pine branches had been laid during the night, each pointing inward toward my tent. The pattern was undeniably deliberate, a boundary of some kind. Whether it represented protection or containment, I couldn't determine. My grandfather's journal offered no insight into this specific behavior, but his final pages contained a hand-drawn map that hadn't made sense until now. What I'd taken for random markings clearly indicated territories and boundaries across the Mackenzie Lake region. According to his notations, I was now deep within what he labeled as central gathering grounds, the heart of their territory. The implications were staggering. If correct, this wasn't just about a single creature or even a small family group. This suggested a complex social structure with defined territories and potentially a population far larger than anyone had suspected. I broke camp with methodical efficiency, packing only what was essential for rapid travel. The logging road remained my best hope for evacuation, but Nakamura's broken transmission had mentioned water routes. I studied my map, noting a stream that flowed southeast from Mackenzie Lake, eventually joining a river system that would lead to inhabited areas. It meant abandoning my original path and traveling through completely unfamiliar terrain, but the alternative was facing whatever waited along the more direct route through the forest. Water routes, I murmured, recalling my grandfather's warning. Stay away from water, they use it. Two contradictory warnings. Someone was wrong or deliberately misleading me. I shouldered my pack and stepped carefully over the circle of pine branches, half expecting some reaction. The forest remained unnaturally still, but the feeling of being watched had intensified. Without my kayak, following the stream meant traveling along its banks, exposed and vulnerable. The first kilometer passed without incident. The stream widened gradually, flowing with surprising force through the rocky terrain. I documented everything. Odd arrangements of stones along the banks, unusual breaks in vegetation patterns, a series of scratches on trees that formed no pattern I recognized from known wildlife. At a bend where the stream widened into a small pool, I discovered the first clear evidence I wasn't alone. Half submerged in the shallows lay what remained of my kayak, methodically disassembled. The aluminum frame had been separated from the canvas shell, each piece laid out in precise order of size. More disturbing were the additions, intricate bindings of woven plant fibers securing wooden extensions to the frame, transforming it into something that resembled a primitive trap or cage. The craftsmanship was undeniable, showing not just intelligence, but sophisticated understanding of materials and structural engineering. I photographed everything, struggling to maintain scientific detachment. This wasn't random destruction or animal curiosity. This was methodical repurposing. Technology being adapted by a non-human intelligence. The stones came without warning, not thrown directly at me, but landing with precision in a semicircle about 5 meters ahead, blocking my progress along the stream bank. I froze, scanning the forest and opposite shore. Nothing moved, yet I could feel multiple presences, coordinating their actions with tactical precision. From upstream came a series of vocalizations, low rumbling calls that modulated in complex patterns. They were answered from downstream by higher-pitched, rapid responses. I recognized the structure from recordings my grandfather had meticulously documented. Not random animal sounds, but communication with syntax and meaning. They were coordinating, herding me. I had two choices: retreat into the forest, away from the water but potentially into a prepared ambush, or continue forward into whatever they were directing me toward. Neither option promised safety. I chose a third path. Dropping my pack on the shore, I waded into the stream itself, gasping as the cold water reached my thighs. If they used water routes, as my grandfather claimed, perhaps direct confrontation in their element would demonstrate I wasn't easily intimidated. The reaction was immediate. The forest erupted with alarm calls, harsh, barking vocalizations that echoed across the water. Trees shook as massive bodies moved rapidly through the undergrowth, converging on my position. "I'm not your enemy," I shouted, raising empty hands above my head. "I want to understand." From the densest section of forest across the stream, something emerged, not fully into the open, but enough that I caught my first clear glimpse of what had been stalking me. Over 7 feet tall, its massive frame covered in dark reddish-brown hair, standing upright with an unmistakably hominid posture. What struck me most weren't the physical dimensions, impressive as they were, but the eyes, deep-set beneath a heavy brow ridge, reflecting an intelligence that evaluated me with unmistakable calculation. Our gazes locked for perhaps 3 seconds before it melted back into the forest with astonishing silence for its size. In those brief moments, I recognized something that shook me to my core, not fear or aggression, but recognition. It knew exactly what I was, and more disturbingly, seemed to know why I was there. A splash upstream drew my attention. A crude raft of bound logs was floating toward me, guided by the current. Atop it lay my missing satellite phone, GPS unit, and the memory cards from my cameras, all arranged with deliberate care. The message was unmistakable. An exchange. My technology for What? Safe passage? The water around me suddenly felt dangerous in ways that had nothing to do with current or depth. I waded quickly back to shore, heart pounding. As I reached for my backpack, I noticed it had been moved, slightly repositioned and partially opened. Inside, my grandfather's journal was gone, replaced by another stone figure, larger and more elaborately carved than the first. This one depicted not a single form, but a pair. One clearly representing a human, the other the creature I'd glimpsed. Between them was a carved divot containing 3 small white objects. Human teeth. I staggered back, nearly falling into the stream. The forest had gone completely silent again, the oppressive stillness broken only by my ragged breathing. From all around came the soft sounds of movement, not retreating this time, but closing in with deliberate purpose. They'd made their decision about me, just as they'd made their decision about my grandfather 50 years before. I ran. Night fell as I pushed through dense underbrush, lungs burning, legs leaden with exhaustion. I'd abandoned the stream hours ago, navigating by compass alone after discovering my map missing from my pack, another calculated move to disorient me. Without landmarks I recognized, I could only maintain a southeast heading and hope it would eventually lead to civilization. Each time I stopped to rest, the forest around me went silent, only to erupt with movement once I resumed my journey. They weren't pursuing so much as herding, steering me along a path of their choosing. Twice I'd attempted to double back or change direction, only to find my way blocked by strategically positioned obstacles, fallen trees too precisely placed to be natural, rock formations that hadn't been there minutes before. As full darkness descended, I was forced to make camp in a small depression beneath an outcropping of rock. Without my tent, lost somewhere during the frantic flight, I constructed a rudimentary shelter from pine boughs, creating the illusion of protection more than any actual security. I inventoried what remained of my supplies: half a liter of water, 2 protein bars, my hunting knife, a small first aid kit, and the Winchester rifle with 17 remaining rounds. My cameras were gone, as was most of my specialized equipment. The satellite beacon had disappeared from my pack, eliminating any hope of summoning rescue. Most disturbing was the discovery that the stone figure with human teeth had somehow made its way back into my pack, despite my having discarded it during my flight. Someone, something, had been close enough to replace it without my awareness. As I huddled in my makeshift shelter, the darkness around me came alive with sound. Not the normal nocturnal chorus of the forest, but deliberate communications. From the ridge above came a series of low, rumbling calls, answered from the valley below by higher-pitched responses. They were coordinating, positioning themselves strategically around my location. I checked the rifle for the dozenth time, knowing that if they decided to rush my position, 17 rounds would mean nothing against their numbers. My grandfather's final journal entries haunted me. They've made their decision about me. Had they decided I was a threat to be eliminated? Or was I being tested, evaluated against some criteria I couldn't begin to comprehend? Sleep came in microbursts, consciousness fading for seconds rather than minutes or hours. Each time I jerked awake, something had changed in my immediate surroundings. Small arrangements of twigs and patterns too precise to be random. Stones placed in sequential order of size. Once even my water bottle moved from one side of the shelter to the other. They were studying me, just as I had come to study them. As false dawn lightened the eastern sky, I became aware of a new presence. Not the intimidating surveillance of the previous night, but something more focused, more singular. I raised the rifle, peering through the gloom at a figure silhouetted against the gray light. Human. A man of late middle age, dressed in worn outdoor clothing that had seen hard use. He stood perfectly still, observing my shelter with an unnerving calm that matched the creatures themselves. "Daniel Mercer," he said, voice rough from disuse. "You look like him. Your grandfather." I tightened my grip on the rifle. "Who are you?" "Someone who made a different choice." He approached slowly, hands visible and empty. "They call me Walker. At least, that's how I translate it." As he drew closer, I could see his face clearly, weathered by decades of exposure, deeply lined, with eyes that reflected something between serenity and resignation. What struck me most was the precise arrangement of scars along his jawline and forehead, deliberate markings that formed patterns similar to those I'd seen on trees throughout the forest. "You live with them," I said, comprehension dawning. "You're why they understand our technology." Walker nodded, settling himself on a rock opposite my shelter. "I was a graduate student when I first came here in '86. Biological anthropology. I'd heard rumors about your grandfather's research after his death. The university dismissed it, but I recognized the methodology. He wasn't delusional." "What happened to him?" I asked, the question that had driven my return to these forests. "He discovered too much, too quickly, pushed for contact before understanding their social structures." Walker's eyes grew distant. "They're not a single homogeneous group, Daniel. There are factions, lineages, complex political structures. Some believe humans should be studied from a distance. Others view us as an existential threat to be eliminated. Still others see potential for exchange." "And which faction has been stalking me for the past 2 days?" "All of them," he said simply. "Your presence has forced a decision they've been avoiding for generations. Your grandfather began it, but you, carrying his blood, his research, you represent something symbolic to them." From the forest behind, Walker came a low, rumbling vocalization. He responded without turning, producing sounds no human throat should naturally create. The exchange continued for nearly a minute before he turned back to me. "They're offering you the same choice they offered me 38 years ago," he said, expression grave. "Leave now, destroy all records of your encounter, never return, or stay and learn. But staying means never returning to human society. The knowledge they possess, what they are, how they've remained hidden, it cannot spread." "And if I refuse both options?" Walker's face remained impassive. "Then you won't leave these woods at all." I studied him, noting the subtle changes in his posture and movements, the way he shifted his weight like something far larger than a human, the careful precision of his gestures that matched what I'd observed in the glimpses of my stalkers. "How many of you are there?" I asked. "Humans who've chosen to stay?" 17 living, spread across North America, most much older than me. They rarely extend the invitation." His expression softened slightly. "Your grandfather would have been among us, but he couldn't leave your grandmother, your mother. Family bonds they understood, respected. It's why they allowed him to leave with his life, if not his research." From the forest came another call, more urgent. Walker stood. "Dawn comes soon. They don't meet in open daylight, not for this. Your answer, Daniel Mercer." The weight of the decision pressed down on me like a physical force. Everything I'd worked toward, my career, my relationships, my identity in human society, against knowledge no other scientist had ever accessed, understanding that would rewrite anthropological history. "If I stay," I said slowly, "could I ever send word to my family? Let them know I'm alive at least?" Walker's expression held genuine sympathy. "No. The separation must be absolute. To them, you'll be another wilderness disappearance, another mystery. It's the only way to maintain the balance." I thought of my sparse apartment in Toronto, my colleagues at the university, the few friends who might notice my absence. Then I thought of my grandfather's eyes in the old photographs, the haunted knowledge they held, the questions that had driven him back to these forests again and again. "I need to understand one thing first," I said. "What are they? Not folklore, not myth, scientifically." Walker looked toward the lightening sky, then back to me. For the first time, I saw something like pride in his expression. "They were here first, Daniel, long before Homo sapiens crossed from Asia. A parallel branch of evolution that developed different adaptations, different social structures. Not Neanderthal, not Denisovan, something parallel. They watched us build cities, develop technology, spread across the continent. And they made a collective decision to remain apart, to guard their existence through deliberate myth-making. The implications staggered me. And they allow humans like you, like us, to join them. Why? Genetic diversity. cultural exchange, and, he hesitated, insurance. If humanity ever discovered them en masse, they wanted individuals who could translate, negotiate. They're preparing for a future where hiding may no longer be possible. Dawn had broken fully now, golden light spilling through the trees. Walker extended his hand. Your answer, Daniel. They're waiting. The first snow of winter fell softly through the pines, individual flakes catching the morning light like microscopic prisms. I adjusted my position on the rocky outcropping, focusing my handcrafted telescope on the distant highway. Through the lens, I could make out the flashing lights of search vehicles, the third major effort in the 5 months since my disappearance. Behind me, Kasha made a soft vocalization, a question about the time. I responded without turning, my throat now capable of approximating their complex language after months of intensive training. She settled beside me, her massive frame dwarfing mine despite her being considered small among her kind. They will not find anything, she said in carefully practiced English. Our exchanges alternated between languages, my learning theirs, her perfecting ours. The evidence is gone. I nodded, thinking of the elaborate efforts they'd made to eliminate all traces of my presence. My camp had been disassembled, components scattered across 50 kilometers of wilderness. My vehicle had been driven to a ravine in Quebec, carefully staged to suggest an accident or intentional disappearance. Even my scent trails had been methodically obscured, using techniques that demonstrated their profound understanding of human tracking methods. The official search had been downgraded from missing person to presumed deceased after the discovery of blood evidence. My blood, harvested during my integration ceremony and strategically placed to suggest a wildlife attack. Your family grieves, Kasha said, her deep-set eyes studying my expression with the penetrating intelligence that still unsettled me after months of daily contact. This troubles you. It wasn't a question. Their species, which I now knew called themselves something that roughly translated as the first people, possessed emotional perception far exceeding human capabilities. They detected minute changes in body temperature, scent markers, and micro-expressions that made deception virtually impossible. Yes, I admitted. My mother will never know what happened to me, like she never knew the truth about her father. Kasha made a low, rumbling sound, their expression of empathy. The separation protects them as much as us. Knowledge brings danger. I had learned the truth of this statement during my integration. The history of interaction between their kind and humans stretched back thousands of years, documented in their oral traditions with precise detail. Early encounters had often ended in violence, leading to their deliberate strategy of cultivating folklore and myth as camouflage. What humans dismissed as superstition, Sasquatch, Wendigo, the wild men of the woods, served as perfect concealment. When evidence occasionally emerged, it was discredited by its association with these legends. The rare human witnesses who persisted too loudly in their claims tended to disappear, their evidence with them. Walker comes, Kasha said, rising to her full height of nearly 8 feet. Against the snow-covered landscape, her reddish-brown hair appeared almost black, a stark contrast to the lighter facial coloration that distinguished females of her lineage. I followed her gaze to the forest below, where Walker emerged from the tree line. In the months since our first meeting, I'd learned his true history. How he'd been chosen for integration after accidentally photographing a family group in 1986. How he'd served as intermediary during rare instances when hikers or researchers strayed too close to sensitive territories. He climbed the slope with the fluid efficiency he'd adopted from his hosts. A blend of human and non-human movement patterns that I was slowly learning to replicate. The council has reached a decision, he announced without preamble. Your request has been approved. My heart raced. For weeks I'd been advocating for a revolutionary proposal, controlled, limited evidence release to select human scientists. Nothing definitive, nothing irrefutable, but enough to redirect research into evolutionary history along more accurate paths. All of it? I asked, scarcely believing my success. Modified terms, Walker clarified. No photographs, no DNA samples, only your written observations, structured as theoretical scholarship based on indigenous oral histories. Publication through your grandfather's former colleague at the University of British Columbia. It was less than I'd hoped, but more than I'd expected. The council, consisting of elder representatives from 7 major lineages, maintained rigid protocols about human interaction. That they'd agreed to any information release represented unprecedented progress. When? I asked. The winter gathering, after final approval from all lineages. Walker turned to Kasha. The Sister Lakes community has concerns about specific details. They request your lineage's intervention. Kasha made a gesture of acknowledgement, a complex movement involving both hands that conveyed respect, obligation, and mild frustration simultaneously. The political dynamics between lineages remained largely opaque to me, though I was learning to recognize the patterns of alliance and opposition. As they discussed the diplomatic nuances in their native language, too rapid and complex for my developing comprehension, I turned back to my telescope, focusing again on the distant search vehicles. A pang of genuine grief hit me as I imagined my mother receiving updates from the provincial police, hoping for closure that would never truly come. The irony wasn't lost on me. I had come to these woods seeking evidence of an undiscovered species, driven by my grandfather's mysterious legacy. Instead, I had discovered an entire parallel society, not merely surviving alongside human civilization, but actively managing human awareness through generations of calculated intervention. Their technological development had followed entirely different paths from humanity's. While they possessed nothing resembling electronics or modern machinery, their understanding of botanical compounds, weather patterns, and ecosystem management far surpassed contemporary human science. Their linguistic capabilities included communication methods beyond human auditory range, explaining how they coordinated complex movements without visible signals. Most humbling was their historical knowledge. Oral traditions maintained with such precision that they could describe climate conditions from 12,000 years ago. The arrival of the first human bands across the Bering Land Bridge, the rise and fall of indigenous nations long before European contact. Walker and Kasha concluded their discussion and turned to me. "It's time," Walker said. "The northern bands are gathering. 3 days' journey." I nodded, making a final adjustment to my telescope before carefully packing it away. This would be my first major gathering, representatives from lineages across the continent converging for the winter conclave. According to Walker, fewer than 10 humans had ever witnessed such an event in recorded history. As we descended the ridge, Kasha moved ahead with characteristic grace despite her size, identifying the path that would keep us concealed from any distant observers. Walker fell into step beside me. "You still doubt your choice," he said, not a question but an observation. "Not doubt," I clarified. "Adjustment. Everything I knew about evolutionary history, about human uniqueness, is incomplete," he finished. "Not wrong, just missing crucial chapters. Your grandfather understood this. It's why they respected him despite their disagreements." We walked in silence for several minutes, the snow deepening around us. Ahead, Kasha paused at a stream crossing, surveying the opposite bank with practiced caution before proceeding. "Will they ever reveal themselves fully?" I asked. "If human development continues to encroach on their territories, their isolation becomes increasingly difficult to maintain." Walker's expression grew distant, thoughtful. "They've survived ice ages, megafauna extinctions, the European colonization, and the Industrial Revolution. Each time adapting, retreating when necessary, eliminating threats when required. They think in generational timescales we can barely comprehend." "That's not an answer," I pressed. He smiled slightly. "They have contingency plans, multiple scenarios developed over centuries. Some involve controlled revelation under specific conditions. Others," he hesitated, "are less optimistic about human reaction." I thought of the stone figure with human teeth, the warning it represented. Despite months of integration, despite being accepted into daily life with Kasha's family group, I remained acutely aware of the current beneath the surface. The factions Walker had mentioned during our first meeting, those who viewed humanity as an existential threat to be managed rather than engaged. Ahead, Kasha had stopped again, her posture alert. She made a short, sharp vocalization that raised the hair on my neck, a warning call I'd learned to recognize. Walker immediately moved to a defensive position, scanning the forest with practiced efficiency. "What is it?" I whispered, instinctively reaching for the stone knife I now carried at my waist. A gift from Kasha's lineage elder, marking my acceptance into their extended family structure. "Humans," Walker replied tersely. "Not search teams. Hunters. Too close to the gathering route." Kasha made another sound. A question about intervention. Walker responded with a complex series of vocalizations that I interpreted as a debate about options. I caught references to boundary markers and deterrence protocols. The decision came quickly. Kasha melted into the forest with astonishing silence for her size, heading toward the hunter's position. Walker turned to me. "This is your test," he said quietly. "The Council wants to observe your response to human proximity. Your loyalty remains under evaluation." I understood the implications immediately. How I acted in the next few minutes would determine my status within their society, and possibly whether my information release would be approved. After 5 months of integration, I was still not fully trusted. With good reason, perhaps. The pull of human contact, of returning to my former life, remained powerful despite everything I'd learned and experienced. The hunters represented a potential link to that world, people who could carry word of my survival and my mother's grief, restore my human connections, all at the cost of betraying those who had shared their existence with me. I made my decision. 20 minutes later, we continued our journey northward. Behind us, the hunters were already returning to their vehicles, thoroughly convinced that the sudden equipment failures, disorienting trail markers, and unsettling vocalizations from all directions indicated they had strayed into territory better left unexplored. They would return with another story of unexplained wilderness experiences, another contribution to the folklore that had protected the first people for millennia. Their report would join thousands of similar accounts, dismissed by science, preserved in campfire stories and internet forums, maintaining the protective shroud of implausibility that remained the most effective camouflage in an age of ubiquitous technology. As we crossed into deeper wilderness, beyond any human trails or monitoring systems, Kasha dropped back to walk beside me. Without words, she extended her massive hand, palm up, a gesture of approval and acceptance I had earned through my choice. I placed my hand on hers, feeling the immense strength carefully restrained. Ahead lay the gathering of the first people, and my formal presentation to their full council. Behind us, the last traces of my human life vanished beneath the steadily falling snow, covering our tracks in ways both literal and symbolic. I had crossed a boundary few humans had ever approached. Not just a physical territory, but a threshold of understanding about our species' place in evolutionary history, one of several intelligent hominids that had competed, coexisted, and occasionally interbred across hundreds of thousands of years. The snow continued to fall as we moved deeper into their world, erasing the boundary between what was known and what remained hidden in the whispers of the pines.